Hello, everybody. We are live. It is Wednesday, April 18th. Happy or sad tax day, as it were. We have to jump right in. We're going to be talking again today about Melania Trump and the recent news, allegation, whatever you want to call it, etc., that have been going around concerning her and longtime acquaintance, associate, possibly friend, Amanda Ungaro, her baby daddy, Paulo Zampoli, their kid, Giovanni. This loops in the president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. And I heard a little rumor yesterday online, just a public rumor, not like an inside source or anything, that Donald Trump ain't doing too good in the health department. You know what I mean? And I ain't talking about the federal one. I'm talking about his own personal health, which does add, if that's true, quite a bit of complication to this whole story. We're basically in the middle of World War III right now. And now all of this stuff drops about, oh man, Melania Trump. Now, and not even explicitly Melania, really more kind of like tangentially Melania. The reason she even got dragged into this at all is because Amanda Ungaro was mentioning her name. Amanda Ungaro did mention Melania Trump's parents in a tweet, which kind of is like, actually, come to think of it, who are her parents? But I have actually found a couple more things now, and I started my web. Or not started. I reconfigured my web. I worked a little bit more on it. Shout out to Dazzler. Thank you so much for becoming a new member. The channel is up to 63 members. I checked this morning. So you make 64. All the new members right now are within the first 100 members. Okay. Where is my, I need to add this. Okay. So is this the way I wanted to do this? No. Where's the other? Is this it? Okay. So it doesn't look like much here. Let me zoom out. I moved Melania on my web. Okay. So basically, just to give y'all a preview of what we're going to be doing today, I want to look at this part of my web. And then I have a couple articles y'all demanded. You demanded that I do and go over from yesterday. So we're going to go over those. Y'all were in the comments letting me know, yes, please cover that. We want to see those articles that you skipped over yesterday. So there's going to be 2 of those. We're going to be reading some threads, and I want to show y'all how some of this like sort of literally webbing situation is happening here. Thank you so much to Lauren Alberto for becoming a new member. Thank you so much to Tequila333 for becoming a new member. Nice to see the cousins making it over here. Yep, these are the OG. This is OG cousins in the house. OG cousins, yes. Okay, so first thing I want to do, let me just show y'all a little bit of the web, because it's one thing to say what's going on here. It's another thing to see. You know what I mean? Pictures worth 1,000 words, as it were. So this is in the Epstein files web that I have. As you can see, I have a giant disclaimer that says, not facts, just notes. And for the purposes of today's video, I did go ahead and put this blue kind of like box, whatever you want to call it, rectangle right there to just kind of show you this is where we're zooming in on. This is kind of what we're looking at here. Now, most of this stuff that you're seeing here on this web, on this section of the web, it was already on the web somehow or another. Some of these things I did just recently add, like the Amanda Ungaro situation, but I'm going to zoom in and show y'all some stuff that's going to be, I'm not going to go so far as to call it a recap, but it's going to be a little bit of somewhat of an overview from what we covered already yesterday. Yesterday's live stream or live show rather was very long. We went over a lot. So obviously I'm not going to be able to recap, but if you were on yesterday's live stream, which was Tuesday, April 14th, then you will see some of this as a little bit of overview. So I had this section on my web already, and it was called modeling. And this is my Epstein files web in particular. I also do have a Les Wexner web. It has the L brands and things like that on it. Little by little, I am going to incorporate that Les Wexner web into this Jeffrey Epstein web. But for the purposes of today's video, for the purposes of this web, I'm going to just show y'all the Epstein files web. Okay, so here's Epstein. I mean, he is obviously at the middle of the Epstein files web, but I included another little picture of him right here. I had originally had this portion of the web already here. I pretty much didn't change anything about it. Project Runway, America's Next Top Model. And that was because of this email from 2012. I don't know who it's from, but it's to Jeffrey Epstein. Why don't I know who it's from? Well, because it's redacted. You know how they did. So maybe they're trying to say that this is a victim or something. I really don't know. Hard to tell. But it is from 2012. So it's a very old email in the Epstein files that were released by the Department of Justice. Hold on. And unknown sender, but you can see it's to Jeffrey Epstein. Redacted has been on America's Next Top Model or Project Runway for a contest. I will take her for brunch on Saturday if Mansour approves. Interesting girl that thinks she knows everything. I like those types. I liked her friend also on the pictures from Patrick McMullen, but I guess she is your old friend. Also, my friend, redacted, seemed nice. Fusion Models Agency, but need to work more on her. Her horrible Chanel look, etc. It looks like all models are wearing Chanel these days, even my favorite model, redacted. Thank you so much. You did not get it for me 2 years ago, but I'm creating a group of slighter, smarter than average models, so could be interesting. See you later today. Big kiss. What is that? I don't know, but the thing that made me want to put this here on the web originally, and like I said, this was already on my web before I even looked into this Amanda Ungaro thing. This was already there. So they talked about specifically blank has been on American Next Top Model or Project Runway for a contest. I don't know which one, so I just put both of the logos here. Now this part right here, I want to zoom into. Now, this is just a kind of AI overview thing, so take it with a grain of salt. Sometimes these can be wrong, but for our purposes, this is fine because I did remember America's Next Top Model, at least in my memory, at least on one season, and turns out maybe it was more than one. The prize for the show, America's Next Top Model, is a modeling competition reality show, and it came out in the early 2000s. I've made a couple videos about this, actually, one on That Surprise Witness and one on BJ Investigates about how Tyra Banks, Les Moonves, the web just keeps webbing, girl. But now we're back around to America's Next Top Model. There was recently not one but two expose type documentaries or docuseries about America's Next Top Model. So if you don't know this, I don't know how you couldn't, but just to, you don't really need to know that much about the show. It's a modeling reality competition show and they're competing. Well, what are they competing for? A modeling contract. That's the big prize at the end, a modeling contract. Now, sometimes they also win, a supply of makeup or whatever, and they can win other little different prizes throughout competing in the show, but it's a modeling contract. That's the main prize. And at least for at least one, maybe a few seasons, the modeling contract was with a company, a modeling agency known as Elite Model Management. Here's the AI overview. America's Next Top Model featured a modeling contract with Elite Model Management as a top prize for several cycles, particularly during its run on the network, the CW. So this all loops back in, don't worry, to Melania, to Amanda Ungaro, but How did America, how did Amanda Ungaro arrive in the United States? She was a model. She had a modeling agent named Jean-Luc Brunel. Jean-Luc Brunel was Amanda Ungaro's modeling agent. Jean-Luc Brunel brought Amanda Ungaro, according to Amanda Ungaro, over to the United States on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. Okay, you follow? Put a one in the chat, you follow. So Amanda Ungaro ends up, leading us to the situation where we're in today, where Melania Trump is coming out and making demands that people stop spreading lies, even though she's not telling us which ones are lies and which ones are true. So we ended up finding out some things. Yesterday, we read a bunch of articles. We read a bunch of profiles on Jeffrey Epstein. We even did read some emails. We went through the Epstein files. We looked at some of the times Melania was mentioned. And one of the things we learned yesterday, again, I don't know if this is true. I don't know if it's for sure what happened. I wasn't there. I was probably in middle school when all this was going down. However, what we were told yesterday in the research in the almost 5-hour live stream that I did yesterday was that Paulo Zampoli, who's the guy who ended up maybe possibly contributing to having Amanda Ungaro deported, and the guy who's her baby daddy, and the guy who's going all over jet setting with the political elite of our country, including the president and vice president, Paulo Zampoli. We learned yesterday that Paulo Zampoli wanted to buy a modeling agency. He already had a modeling agency called ID Model Management. He managed models. He had this live streaming model house idea all the way back in the year 2000. And he wanted to live stream, put surveillance cameras basically inside this house where these models lived. He wanted to live stream the house basically 24/7. Well, the problem with that, there was many problems with it. One was he didn't tell the models that was going to be going on, or some of the models at least. And another problem was a lot of these models, a few of them, were not adults. They were not over the age of 18. So maybe in the countries where they came from, the age of consent was, 15, 14, 16, but in the United States, it's not. And so Paulo Zampoli wanted to live stream these models in the model house. I don't think that ever ended up happening. However, he had a modeling agency called ID Model Management. He wanted to buy another modeling agency, and guess which one it was? Elite Model Management. He didn't want to buy it by himself. He was going to go in a business partnership with Jeffrey Epstein. So I did make this, part of the web. I mapped it out here. So America's Next Top Model then ends up kind of being connected to Jeffrey Epstein, not only because of this email. Blank has been on American Next Top Model. I'll take her for brunch. Interesting girl. She thinks she knows everything. There's another model we might be able to meet with. Okay, so she was on American Next Top Model or Project Runway. So maybe it was Project Runway. Maybe it was American Next Top Model. Now, this is very interesting because, not to get to, we could web all the way into infinity, as y'all know. That's kind of the theme here. But Harvey Weinstein also was offering people to help them get jobs on Project Runway as well. So that kind of, in a way, I'm not going to say loops him in here, but it's a data point in my mind. My brain works in patterns. I do know, just by the way, side note, I do know that the audio hasn't really been necessarily syncing perfectly with the videos. I don't know what to do about it. I really don't. I haven't done anything differently, so I really don't know what's going on. I do think that if you turn down your playback quality to like 720 or even 480, you should be able to fix it somewhat. I don't know. Some people have said it happens with other people. Some people have said it hasn't. I don't know what the issue is. I haven't changed any settings. I'm just hoping that, it ends up eventually just resolving itself. But yeah, I'm aware there's nothing I can do about it. So there's really no use to comment about it. Thank you. Okay, so there's Elite Model Management here, We know there was some type of connection between America's Next Top Model and Elite Model Management because that was the grand prize at least a few seasons. Now, particularly when the show was playing on the CW network, I haven't really mapped out the CW network insofar as how it relates to the rest of the networks, but I'm sure there's some reason why when it was on CW, they did Elite Model Management, and then when they moved from CW, there was a different, I think one of them was like Wilhelmina Models, or maybe that was from Project Runway. I really don't remember exactly, girl. This was a long time ago, but I did have a tingling memory, like a vague outline of a memory that Kim Porter was an Elite Model Management girl. So let me zoom out. We had that email I just read. It was either Project Runway or America's Next Top Model. We know America's Next Top Model had an Elite Model Management contract as its top prize. We know from our research yesterday into the public record that Paulo Zampoli and Jeffrey Epstein almost bought or considered buying Elite Model Management with each other. And then that brings us up to him. As you already know, he owned this company or this modeling agency called ID Model Management. So this is pretty much what you get as far as the visual is concerned. So put a 2 in the chat if you're following along so far, if this is making sense, how the Elite Model Management runs through here. Now that brings us to Amanda Ungaro. Who is Amanda Ungaro? She is the lady who's been doing interviews and all that. She was with him, and she's the one, I think, and people are speculating, she's the one that Melania was really worried about and trying to get out in front of the story because she knew. And again, this lady came, I should put an arrow between them two, because why? Because this lady, Amanda Ungaro, came to the United States from Paris with her modeling agent, Jean-Luc Brunel. How? On Jeffrey Epstein's plane, the Lolita Express. Let me see if I can, is there a plane? Yes. Okay. I don't want to make it, a different color. Let's make it black. Okay. So Epstein's plane is how she got to the United States. I try to do my little web stuff before I get on here, but if I think it'll actually help to explain what's going on, I'll just do it here. So just give me a second. Okay, Amanda, let's see. Ungaro flew to U.S. on Epstein's plane, Lolita Express. And how old was she during this flight? The reports differ, but she was either 16 or 17 years old. And who did she fly there supposedly under the direction of, or maybe even with, was this guy right here, Jean-Luc Brunel. Now, Jean-Luc Brunel has his own interesting backstory in this whole thing because he was also found unalive. He was also found unalive in a jail cell after he was arrested in connection with Epstein's crimes. Okay. So she flies, Amanda Ungaro flies a 17, maybe 16-year-old model to the United States in the year 2002. She ends up that same year meeting this guy right here, Paulo Zampoli. He is currently the special envoy of global partnerships, appointed by Donald Trump, who's apparently Paulo's friend. And formerly, he was a U.S. ambassador. Now, interestingly, so was Amanda. So she comes over here as a 16 or 17-year-old model in 2002. And apparently, becomes an ambassador for this island of Grenada or Dominica or something like that. Now, as you can see here, there's just one of many pictures that we did look at yesterday. That's Amanda right there. That's Melania right there. That's Trump right there. And that is Paulo. Now, putting aside for just a moment, like, I can't substantiate at this point what's real and what isn't real. AI is out here running amok. That could be an AI picture. In fact, and indeed, it does look like some type of filter has been put over it. I don't know if this was a real picture really taken. I just put it here on the web map. It's available online. But that's kind of that is kind of the situation going on here. Okay. So this is kind of what the web is starting to shape up looking like. And of course, we all know Melania Trump also came to the United States as a model. She came as a model. Okay. So not only is she connected to all of this because she's Donald Trump's wife, and Paulo Zampoli is connected to Donald Trump as a colleague and apparently like a business friend. Paulo Zampoli is also connected to Epstein through that potential business deal. Although Epstein does, with the elite models, Epstein does seem to turn his back on Paulo Zampoli at some point. He ends up telling someone that, who was it? Like an Emirati businessman. He ends up telling some Emirati guy that Paulo is not to be trusted. Now, another thing Amanda Ungaro said in recent statements and interviews and things like that is that she used to go to parties with Paulo, her baby daddy, and they dated for a long time. I think he's, several years older than her. They dated for a long time, and she used to go to parties with him. She specifically said she went to Diddy parties with him, and that she went to yacht parties. She didn't say it was Diddy yacht parties, but she did say she went to parties on yachts. She went to yacht parties and she went to Diddy parties. She said that Paulo, her baby daddy, and she's now in a custody battle with him. I do think that's kind of what ignited this whole thing. They were in a custody battle over their 15-year-old, 16-year-old. I don't know exactly how old he is, 15-year-old, I think. So she says she went to Diddy parties and she went to yacht parties specifically attended by the so-called royals. Okay, I don't believe in royals. That's hilarious to me that they're still calling them that. It's so funny to me. They're basically like unemployed squatters. If you ask me, they're not doing anything good for anyone, and they just parasite and leech off of y'all over there. But my ancestors were like noped out of that a very long time ago. We don't do royalty. We cut that out of our bloodline, so we don't do that. But anyway, so she said she went to yacht parties where there were so-called alleged royals. Well, Diddy parties and yacht parties with royals is interesting because look at this, what I resurfaced here. Sarah Ferguson, who's a supposed royal. Well, she had married in. I think she's divorced now. It was a so-called supposed Prince Andrew's ex-wife. These are the children of them. Here they are in Saint-Tropez. It's a Getty image. So there she is right here. She married into the royals, and then that's her kid right there, Eugenie. And there they are with Diddy. Apparently, his yacht party, according to this tweet. Now, the Diddy connections don't end there. No, they don't. Web keeps on webbing. Guess who else signed to elite model management? Yep, Kim Porter. Who's Kim Porter? Do you remember? Pop quiz. That is Diddy's baby mama, who died an untimely and frankly unexpected death from pneumonia. Now, it was officially ruled, her cause of death was officially ruled to be pneumonia. But there is all kind of speculation and rumor that, the medical examiner was paid off. There's rumors that Diddy had already ordered a golden casket for Kim Porter that had to be special ordered weeks before she ever died. All this stuff, who knows if it's true or not, but she was an elite model. Kim Porter was a successful model and actress who signed with the prestigious Elite Model Management, which propelled her career. In the late 80s and early 90s, she appeared on covers for Essence and Runway magazines. She worked with brands like Tommy Hilfiger. Remember that? Tommy Hilfiger, Kim Porter, Tommy Hilfiger, and Revlon. She later expanded into acting, but she was most known for her long-term relationship with Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs. So we already had a Tyra Banks connection here because she was the host of America's Next Top Model. Pretty much it was her show. Why is there a Tyra Banks connection between This is because Top Model had this elite model management contract. The elite model management company was almost purchased by Jeffrey Epstein and Paulo Zampoli, although that did fall through. Elite model management managed, so that kind of like links Tyra Banks into this whole world. Now, there was also a clip we saw yesterday. It was one of the first clips we watched at the beginning of the video, or at the beginning of when I started playing the clips and stuff. It was Melania Trump, at the time, Melania Knaus, and Donald Trump. And they were sitting on the front row of a Victoria's Secret fashion show. 2-3 seats down, I think 3-4 seats down from Donald Trump at the time, is Jeffrey Epstein. So people were saying, look, Jeffrey Epstein, Melania Trump, and or Melania Knaus, and Donald Trump all in the front row of this same Victoria's Secret fashion show. So that must mean they're linked together. I kind of said, maybe they are, maybe they aren't. They're sitting several seats apart. We really don't know. But who were they looking at? Who was actually modeling, walking the runway at that Victoria's Secret fashion show? None other than Tyra Banks. Tyra Banks was like, remember when I was like, she's bouncing and smizing all up and down this runway. So she was there. So she kind of is already a little bit in this world. Also, she has a very long running public feud with Naomi Campbell. They really, I don't think, like each other very much. Naomi Campbell has been seen in pictures with Jeffrey Epstein and Diddy. So the web just keeps webbing. Okay. So not only are there those two connections with Tyra Banks, we're in the modeling section of the Jeffrey Epstein web, but Tyra Banks also was an elite. Put a 3 in the chat. You find it interesting. They call it elite model. Elite model management. Okay, you mean models for the elites? Got it. Anyway, so she was also an elite model. She also was signed before she was of the age of consent. Really, I mean, she was still an underage. She was a child. I mean, as far as the law is concerned, she was a kid. She was not an adult. She was a minor. 16 years old, Tyra signed with Elite Model Management. And then you start to understand why Jeffrey Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel might have wanted to purchase this modeling agency, because what do modeling agencies have? What do they have? What is the function? What do they do? Contracts, NDAs, agreements to perform. The modeling contract itself, which functions similarly to an employment contract. And so if Elite Model Management has, for example, Kim Porter, for example, Tyra Banks, which, by the way, I don't think that it's like a lifelong contract, by the way. I mean, it's like a few years. Eventually, Tyra Banks did, I think, trade out from Elite Model Management to IMG Models or whatever. But the point is, think about these 360 contracts that they put music artists in. You pretty much, when they say you're signing your soul away, I mean, maybe there's some spiritual component. I wouldn't be surprised. But even if there's not, what's the function? Like, what's functionally going on is you're saying, I no longer have the exclusive and sole rights to my own name, my own image, my own likeness. I'm going to contract my personal God-given rights to my own name and likeness to someone else. And then in return, they're going to do something for me. That is, why a lot of artists you'll see change their name. I think Prince was one of the examples of this, where Prince sold and contracted away the right to the name Prince. So he changed his name to a symbol. So it's like, you don't own the symbol. You see, I'm assuming that's also what's going on with Kanye. He goes by Ye now. And it's like, whoever owns the Kanye West brand doesn't own Ye or whatever. That's what I think's going on. So you can start to see how when you buy a whole entire agency, whether it be a music agent, whether it be an actor, like they manage actors, or whether it be a modeling agency, you're also acquiring all the interest they have in all their contracts. So let's say, for example, Elite Model Management signs a young Tyra Banks. Let's just say Tyra Banks, what does it mean to sign? Signs what? A contract. They enter into an agreement, Tyra Banks. Let's just say this is hypothetical. Okay, this is hypothetical. But let's just say they sign a young Tyra Banks. She's in a contract now. She can't take any modeling jobs unless they bring her the modeling jobs. And she can't probably say no too many times, or else she'll start to get skipped over. And then you'll get this phenomenon in the music industry. It's called shelf. You get shelved. So in this world, you have to do modeling to make money. That's their job. If you're in an exclusive contract with an agent, you're pretty much, in a way, what's the word I'm looking for here? Owned by the agency. In a way, you're pretty much owned by this agency. So you can kind of start to see how, in the wrong hands, these contracts could really be used for some sinister stuff. Okay. So I'm not saying that is what happened, but you can start to see how it may be. Now, this brings in, Diddy parties, Kim Porter, Tyra Banks, elite model management, Paulo Zampoli, Jean-Luc Brunel, Amanda Ungaro, Melania Trump, which of course brings in Donald Trump. Donald Trump was also featured in this very long but comprehensive New York Magazine article we read yesterday, about which Melania Trump emailed Ghislaine Maxwell. Look at this email from 2002. Dear G, this is from Melania. How are you? Nice story about Jeffrey Epstein in New York Magazine. Again, Donald Trump wrote or said some stuff in here about Jeffrey Epstein. Basically, it was a fluff piece. I know you're busy flying all over the world. How was Palm Beach? I can't wait to go down. Give me a call when you're back in New York. Have a great time. Love, Melania. Now, Melania, just a few days ago, would say that was just a tribal email. That was trivial, I think is what she meant to say. But I'm not so sure it's just a trivial email. Anyway, she would become married to Donald Trump in 2005. So this is some of that modeling web, but it's not only America's Next Top Model and Project Runway. There's also a Russia's Next Top Model. Okay, so this was in the Epstein files at EFTA_R1_000017733. Another possible is EFTA 017353, and then it's cut off here. I don't know if 3538 or 3539. Y'all can zoom in, but this is from the Epstein files, and there's a Russia's Next Top Model profile just in there. This person says, since I was a child, one of my passions was modeling. When I had free time during my studies, I was attending some local fashion shows and photo shoots. The biggest success came after participating in the 2011 national casting show, Russia's Next Top Model, and winning third place. Shootings were in Moscow and London. It was not that easy in a country of very beautiful women. The result, I got invited to work in TV and contract with the best modeling agency in Moscow. And the bonus, many, many young, inspired fans from the whole of Russia. Some are still visiting me here in Switzerland. So there's Russia's Next Top Model in the Epstein files. There's America's Next Top Model and Project Runway mentioned in the Epstein files. But this right here, I think, is very telling. Okay. I may have even covered this before. If I didn't, I definitely wanted to and intended to. So we'll cover it now. But this is an instance from the Epstein files of Epstein kind of using the modeling job and promises to do modeling stuff as a transactional bargaining piece. Now, we've been hearing rumors about this and speculation about this for a very long time. That this whole modeling world and the acting world and all this, like that's basically where Me Too came from. It was technically for actors, but truly it was like actors and entertainers. They were going after Harvey Weinstein. They were going after Woody Allen. These were directors. But the Me Too movement was kind of like, or Time's Up was kind of both, a reckoning for the entertainment industry at large, whether it be acting, modeling, singing, performing arts, whatever the case may be. So we've heard about it. We've heard about this phenomenon for some time, that they would hold the acting jobs. They would hold the singing, the recording contracts over people's heads before they actually got them. They would make you earn them. They would say, that's where we get the casting couch motif or whatever. So that's been rumored for a long time. But in the Epstein files, we actually get somewhat, in my opinion, what appears to be real proof of that type of transactional bargaining. And we also, I mean, we did hear about it. If you did follow the Harvey Weinstein trial, I think the federal or the one in New York, I'm not exactly sure which one it was, but there was a Harvey Weinstein trial where he was apparently promising this girl, I think it was Mimi, he was promising her if she basically would hook up with him, she could get a job on Project Runway. And the specific reason she wanted to do it is because of visa. She wanted to have a lawful reason to work in the country. And so she would go and hang out with Harvey Weinstein. I'm doing this all from memory. I may be getting some of the details overlapped with other alleged victims, but I'm just kind of saying, like, we've seen like little twinges of this here and there. And here we are with the Epstein files, seeing how Jeffrey Epstein specifically would use his connections to these modeling agencies or these large companies that he had access to, not only access to, but he controlled the money that all this empire generated. Why do I say that? Do you remember Les Wexner, L Brands? Let me bring you to the Les Wexner. This is the Abercrombie web. So this is a different web I just came to. But this is Les Wexner, okay? He owns L Brands, Victoria's Secret, or founded L Brands. I don't know if he's like the full owner of it anymore, but it was probably the most commercial, like to the average person, not luxury, but like commercial, like to the average, you can go to the mall and buy it. The most successful retail brand in modern day history, perhaps of all time. He had Victoria's Secret under L Brands, the limited brands. He had The Limited. He had Limited 2. He had Abercrombie and Fitch. He had Bath and Body Works. He had La Senza. He had Victoria's Secret's spinoff brand, Pink. Okay. He was the guy who Jeffrey Epstein had power of attorney over his money. Hello? You keeping up here? Abercrombie and Fitch. Now you might recognize this guy. This is Mike Jeffries. He was and is currently being criminally investigated at the federal level for ST of young men, young models. Now, I don't know if they were underage, but they were young. Former Abercrombie CEO arrested in ST investigation, and that is ongoing. So this was one of the L brands. Victoria's Secret was one of the L brands. Limited was one of the L brands. So what Jeffrey Epstein really had was the money, the power of attorney over Les Wexner's money, and he controlled all that money. So if he controlled, according to reports, I wasn't, JP Morgan obviously didn't let me into anybody's finances. I'm just telling y'all what's been reported. I don't know. Me personally, I'm telling y'all what's been reported. All this stuff, they could be lying. I don't think they are, but they could be. So L Brands includes Abercrombie and Fitch, right? Right. So I know this is a little convoluted. That is why I'm using the map and the web to kind of reinforce what I'm saying verbally, because I want y'all to understand the actual transactional way that it works. We always know and we've always heard, okay, there's some shady stuff going on. Why is it that this person gets cast in the leading role and not that person? Sometimes they're a better actor. Sometimes they're definitely not. So what is all going on behind the scenes? Sometimes nepotism. Sometimes it's like, oh, give my kid a spot at the school. Give my kid a spot on the baseball team. Give my, assistant, give my cousin. Oh, if you do this for me, then I'll talk to my friend who owns this, that, and the other. It's just these you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours type of transactional relations. And to be sure, I think a really sizable percentage of Hollywood and the music industry and Nashville and this, that, and the other are perfectly aware how this works and are perfectly happy to get on the casting couch. I think some of these people are like, yeah, I don't care. I'll do whatever with Harvey Weinstein if I'm going to be able to have a job, whatever I'll do. I'll meet up with Howard Rubin a couple times. Like there's people who absolutely know what's going on. It's not a secret to them. They're consenting to it and they will get on the casting couch, no problem. And they're adults. Maybe that's a problem too. But that's not what I'm talking about here. Sometimes it's stuff that's like, held over, like you'll get blacklisted, like Les Moonves, the head of CBS for a really long time was accused of doing. So I want to show y'all instead of just telling y'all. So here is one such email that I believe, in my opinion, from the Epstein file. This is from the Epstein files, but I believe, in my opinion, this shows how explicitly how Jeffrey Epstein was actually using his actual proximity, power, and connections to get his back scratched by these young hot models and then scratch their backs with his connections. Let's finally, without further ado, read the email. Again from 2012. Again, an email from 2012. October. Hey, Unc. Who's sending this email? Who knows? It's redacted. She's sending it, I'm assuming it's a she, to Jeffrey Epstein. Hey, Unc. So she's calling him Uncle. How's Paris? Paris is interesting. Okay, because where did Amanda Ungaro fly on Jeffrey Epstein's plane into the United States from where? She's from Brazil. She didn't fly in from Brazil, though. She went with Jean-Luc Brunel, a French man, to the United States from Paris. So there's a huge connection to Paris here with this whole supposed alleged Epstein-ficking situation. This, I'm assuming, model or, young pretty girl says, hey, Unc, in 2012, how's Paris? Any cool stories? First of all, I wanted to tell you, I submitted my application to Harvard Monday. Also, do you know the status with those modeling jobs that I was possibly going to get? Should I go for a casting maybe? I was thinking the best companies to aim for are Tommy Hilfiger, Abercrombie, American Eagle, etc. I want to go for the young, casual, very American brands. Okay. Very short email, but we can get, I think, quite a bit of information here. First of all, this is somebody younger than Jeffrey Epstein. She's calling him Unc. Second of all, any cool stories? This implies they've talked before. First of all, I wanted to tell you, I submitted my application to Harvard. Now, what did we learn yesterday? Let's not forget to stack on all together what we already learned. What did we learn yesterday from public sources? Jeffrey Epstein was specifically, privately, like not secretly, but like privately from his own money, funding Ivy League scientists to do very important research for him. But he was funding Harvard scientists, Princeton scientists. So now we have this presumably young girl saying, hey, Unc, just wanted to let you know I applied to Harvard the other day. Now, in and of itself, it just says that. Maybe she's just updating him on her life. Or maybe it's like, hey, remember any cool stories? Remember the last time we were together? Remember the conversation we had about me applying to Harvard? I applied. Remember the $500,000 you gave that scientist at Harvard? Remember the time you did this, that, and the other with the Harvard people? Does Jeffrey Epstein maybe have some type of pull at Harvard that would be able to get this girl into Harvard? I don't know. But that's where my mind goes, okay? It doesn't end there, she says. Also, it seems like she's circling back around to collect. That's what it seems like to me. Put a 4 in the chat. If to you it kind of seems like she's circling back around, like she's done scratched the backs that she needs to scratch or massage or whatever. And now it's time to pay up. Now, to Jeffrey Epstein, it's almost no sweat off his back because he's already kind of like hanging out with these really beautiful girls, and he's already pre-vetted that they're willing to scratch his back. He's already pre-vetted that they're willing to scratch his back. And you kind of do see Epstein talking about girls to other men. We saw it yesterday. He was talking to Summer's husband. I forget his name. What was Farkas? Jonathan Farkas. We kind of do see that. We see Jonathan Farkas asking Jeffrey Epstein in like 2016, 2017, hey, is the girl I've been with a hooker? He literally said that. So Jeffrey Epstein will give his reviews about some of these women or girls. Now, this particular girl, who is it? I have no idea because they have it redacted. Jeffrey Epstein, his email shows this girl who I believe is coming around to collect what she was promised. She's like, I want to stay in the United States. This is what I think is going on. She wants to stay in the United States. She needs a visa. We're going to talk about visa, H-1Bs in today's live. She needs a visa. She basically said, check my work. That's what it seems like to me. That's what it seems like to me. So to me, I saw a lot of fours in the chat, in the live chat. A lot of people are also kind of getting the impression that she's circling back around. Either I want to get a student visa or I need to get a work visa. Number one, I already applied to Harvard, so maybe you could run and check that. Number two, also, she said, also, do you know the status with those modeling jobs that I was possibly going to get? Not can I get a modeling job, but those modeling jobs. I wanted those modeling jobs. Remember, we were talking about it? Should I go for a casting? Can they make a casting for me? I was thinking the best companies are these really American ones. Young, casual American, Tommy Hilfiger, Abercrombie, American Eagle, etc. Now, it is interesting to me that all the L brands were very American. It wasn't like they were trying to sell a European lifestyle. Abercrombie & Fitch is uniquely American. American Eagle is obviously uniquely American. This rugged kind of, everybody can wear the clothes. I mean, jeans, who cares? But it's kind of like the aspirational lifestyle they were selling was like a young American, easy breezy. We have enough money for an $80 t-shirt, kind of, leisure. I don't know. It's like a laid back, casual, fun American, young American. The Limited is like corporate America brand, like what you wear to your American business job or whatever. So it is interesting thinking now about all the models who are in this country now that we know for sure. We're in the United States either like not actually legally or only legally because of these modeling contracts. And it's like, if you don't do what your boss at the modeling agency told you to do, you don't have your visa no more. You got to go back to wherever you're from. Now, if you got to go back to Paris, who cares? But some of these girls are from countries that are like, war torn or extremely impoverished or dangerous. So it's like, look, I'd rather be sleeping with Jeffrey Epstein every couple months than and be a Abercrombie model than being a lady of the night over there in, Eastern Ukraine or something. I don't know. I've never been to Ukraine. Shout out to the Ukrainians. I'm just saying. Yes, it also was, Leslie Ann, great point. Low-rise jeans, thongs, push-up bras. It also was overtly sexualized. Victoria's Secret was. Abercrombie & Fitch was. Calvin Klein was. And Victoria's Secret and Calvin Klein, they always kind of did it with a tongue in the cheek because they were like, oh, we're underwear. How are you going to advertise underwear if you don't show the underwear? And it's like, yeah, then why do you have 11-year-old Brooke Shields up there? Kind of weird. Now, I do want to do a small little 25-second plug here. I'm working on a video right now. I already recorded it. It's in the editing process right now about Ashton Kutcher. He was a Calvin Klein model and an Abercrombie & Fitch model. It's how he was launched. It's how he became Ashton Kutcher, pretty much. His name ain't even Ashton. It's Christopher Ashton Kutcher. So Ashton Kutcher was an Abercrombie model. also loops back into the webbing with Diddy. So that is going to go on BJ Investigates. That there's a video coming out on that. And I do talk a little bit in that video about how these brands were like aspirational, but also made it seem like everybody was just hanging out without clothes on. I mean, every ad, every poster, some of the posters you couldn't even look at if your dad was walking with you in the mall. You kind of had to, oh my God, you know what I mean? Like it was like very, very sexual. So yes, great point, Leslie Ann, that you make. So back to this email. Hey, Unc, how's Paris? Any cool stories? First, I want to tell you I applied to Harvard on Monday. Also, do you know the status with those modeling jobs I was potentially going to get? Should I go for a casting? I want to work for these American type, casual young brands, Tommy Hilfiger, Abercrombie, American Eagle, etc. So that was October 19th, 2012. So about a month later, you have Jeffrey Epstein emailing a woman named Faith Cates. Faith Cates. Did I already? Hold on one second. Okay. Faith Cates, if I recall correctly, let me just double check, owned a modeling agency. Yeah. Okay. So for example, let me just to give y'all the context of what exactly is going on. Like, why is Jeffrey Epstein emailing Faith Cates? Faith Cates, this article came out last month. Faith Cates, the woman who introduced models to her, quote, dear friend, Jeffrey Epstein, former talent agency boss, had closer relationship with S-offender than thought and supported him after he was arrested in 2009. A female executive at the top of the modeling industry had a close friendship with Jeffrey Epstein and introduced him to women on the agency's books. Until last November, Faith ran an agency called Next Management. It was a modeling and talent agent. Oh my gosh, y'all. This is crazy. She ran a company called Next Management Modeling and Talent Agency, which has represented the likes of Alexa Chung, Mila Jovovich, and Billie Eilish. So this is a big agency. She held the position for decades as the founder of the business. She's her business, Next Management. She stepped down quietly just weeks before the first major Epstein files were released, saying she intended to focus on charity work. Links between Cates and the late S offender have previously been reported, but analysis of documents published by the U.S. Department of Justice reveals a much deeper relationship than previously known, with emails showing Cates secretly took business advice from Epstein and discussed multi-million-dollar loans. Do you see how this works? Jeffrey Epstein helped her to get multi-million-dollar loans, and in return, she had to scratch his back. See how it's just favors on favors? Cates appears to have met Epstein regularly, including on one occasion when Prince Andrew was at a New York department store in 2010, the week of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's now infamous visit to the city to supposedly call off his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. So Andrew did an interview where he said he didn't sweat, and he said that he didn't hang out with Jeffrey Epstein after 2010. Well, that was obviously a lie, but people kind of were like, okay, I guess that's, who knows if that's true or not. That very weekend that he was supposedly calling off his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, Faith Cates was involved. She offered her support and unconditional friendship after Epstein was convicted for soliciting a child you-know-what in 2009. He was still sending friendly emails they were sending emails right before he died even. Okay, so this Faith Cates person owned Next Model Management. She was very good friends with Epstein, and apparently, according to this Guardian article, at least, discussed in the Epstein files multi-million-dollar loans. What was Jeffrey Epstein again? What do we keep being told he was? A wealthy what? Financier. What is that? Somebody that finances things, somebody that helps you get the money you need. We also heard in recent, I think not in yesterday, maybe not yesterday, but definitely recently, last week or two, that when people didn't get what they wanted from Jeffrey Epstein, then they would, not talk to him anymore. Maybe, they try to get their movie financed through him or whatever. So maybe there was, in addition to just being friendly and friends, she said, I'll always support you no matter what, even after he was this say convicted? Yes. Even after conviction, she said, I'll always support you, Jeffrey. It's unconditional, whatever. So that's the lady we're talking about here. Now, she has since had to step down from Next Model Management that she founded. And the reason she had to step down was specifically because of these Epstein revelations. She claims that it was because of charity. Y'all can decide if it was charity or Epstein revelations, but that's what's going on here. So just to remind you, there was someone probably young. Hey, Unc, what about the modeling jobs we talked about? Jeffrey Epstein, about a month later and about a month before Christmas, says, I would love to, Faith Cates, the owner of Next Model Management. Hey, Faith, Jeffrey Epstein says, I would love to get redacted a fashion job, an ad for Tommy or Abercrombie. It would be a Xmas present for her. She's waiting for her acceptance to Harvard. So you can kind of see, hey, what about those modeling jobs? Hey, I applied to Harvard. Jeffrey Epstein a month later, hey, help me get her it's specifically Tommy or Abercrombie. What are the ones she said? I want to work for Tommy Hilfiger or Abercrombie, American Eagle, etc. What did he say a month later to this modeling agent lady? I would love to get blank a fashion job with Tommy or Abercrombie for Christmas. So as you can see here, I said it, modeling job as a Christmas present. Okay. I want to get her a job as a Christmas present. This is kind of reminding me of that lady Summers. Remember Summers yesterday, Farkas? They put her as an ambassador last year, but back in 2016, there was emails going back and forth with Jeffrey Epstein about Summers going to work for Melania. It's like, are these jobs as presents so ubiquitous in this world? I mean, me personally, I've never gotten a job as a present. I'm trying to think what it is about this world. It's like, oh, let's get her a modeling job. Maybe it's because the jobs that I've applied for, you had to be qualified for. You had to be trained for. You can't even walk into a restaurant and be like, oh, can I have a job as a bartender? Hell no. What experience do you have? If you're somebody that needs desperately to stay in the United States, you might be very desperate for a job if you have that type of visa, or if they're going to sponsor your visa or whatever. We're going to get into some of those links today. But it is kind of weird that it's so brazen like this. Hey, Unc, I applied to Harvard. Also, can I have the job you promised me? I want specifically Abercrombie Tommy Hilfiger. Then you have Epstein messaging his contacts in the industry. Hey, I would like to get this kid a fashion job. No, I'm saying kid. She probably is, at least close to 18 if she's applying to college. I'd love to get a fashion job for her or an ad for Tommy or Abercrombie. It would be a Christmas present for her. She's waiting for her acceptance to Harvard. So we have Tommy Hilfiger, Abercrombie and Fitch. Going back to Kim Porter, who was an elite model, what is one of the companies that was put in here as in her little AI bio? She worked with brands like Tommy Hilfiger. Now, I'm not saying every person who ever modeled for Tommy Hilfiger is like some type of victim. It's just I don't know. Data points. Data points. So what is this Serbian Super Scout? I don't even remember what this was. Okay, same thing over here. We're in 2012 here. Again in 2012. Okay. What year was this? Yeah, 2012, January. So here we are in September 2012. Still in 2012, it's the same year. Redacted to Jeffrey Epstein says, I will try to survive till then. I found Super Scout for you. The guy, Serbian, 25 years old, doing just this. Placed in New York, London, Paris. You will love what he has. I spoke with him for possible collaboration. And then here is like some type of Russian acrylic. I don't exactly know if that's like specifically Russian, but it looks like, Russian. This writing. He says, I'll be back in October. So next month. So what I'll be back in October. I'll try to survive till then. I found Super Scout for you, the guy, Serbian, 25 years old, doing just this. Placed in New York, London, Paris. Paris comes again. You will love what he has. The Super Scout, you will love what he has. What a scout is usually a talent scout or a modeling scout, right? He's doing just this. Scouting? Is it human trafficking? Can I just ask? You will love what he has. I spoke with him for possible collaboration. And what Serbia? Put a 5 in the chat if Serbia makes your antenna go off. Now, it's not just the brands. I want to show y'all the brands. I want to show y'all the brands that are being mentioned here. We're talking Abercrombie, an L brand, Les Wexner. We're talking Tommy Hilfiger. The girl had mentioned American Eagle, but I guess you don't have no pull there or whatever. There's also a Playboy mention. Now, I'm pretty sure this is from former and now disgraced supposed ex Prince Andrew. From the Invisible Man to Ghislaine Maxwell. Subject, summer camp. This is 2001, so we're back in time here. He said, I'm at Balmoral summer camp for the royal family. Activities take place all day, and I'm totally exhausted at the end of the day. The girls are completely shattered, and I will have to give them an early night today. It's getting tiring splitting them up all the time. How's LA? Remember, this is from, I believe, Prince Andrew to Ghislaine. How's LA? Have you found me some new inappropriate friends? Let me know when you're coming over. I'm free from August 25th until September 2nd. I want to go somewhere hot and sunny with some fun people before having to put my nose firmly to the grindstone for the fall. New inappropriate friends. I don't know where this Playboy came from. Hold on. I guess I don't know why. I moved some of this map around, so maybe that goes with something else. Jeffrey Epstein emailed somebody else 2010. Hello, my kinky bunny. Being a good Christian at church. It's to Jeffrey Epstein. So some girl is emailing Jeffrey Epstein. Hello, my kinky bunny, she calls him. Being a good Christian at church will call after love, XO. So I don't know what the Playboy is there for. There's mention also of a Calvin Klein model. There is mention of an unsigned contract for an apprentice. Is it The Apprentice? That is one for another day, but it is in this modeling section. Okay. So I think we pretty much covered everything in this particular box on the web. And so now I want to get into some of the links that I've found, starting with 2 links that came up yesterday in our investigations. These were links that I didn't know how long these things were going to be, so I didn't want to get into it. It was already like almost 5 hours long yesterday. So here's one of them. We had read this tweet yesterday, and it is attached to an article. We're going to read that now. Y'all demanded that we read it. You demanded it in the comments from yesterday's video. So this is Katie. She says, In March 2000, so 2 years before Amanda Ungaro came over here, 2000 is about 2 years after Melania met Donald Trump. In March 2000, New York Magazine reported that Paulo Zampoli, now, New York Magazine, very interesting, because who was it? Which magazine was it that did that fluff piece for Jeffrey Epstein that quoted Donald Trump in it, quoted other people in it, and then Melania Trump ended up emailing Ghislaine Maxwell over it. Hey, G, I just saw the write-up about Jeffrey Epstein. It was so good. It made him look good. You look so good. You look so slay. What magazine did the fluff piece for Jeffrey Epstein? New York Magazine. So now, just 2 years prior, same magazine, New York Magazine, reporting about Paulo Zampoli. Paulo Zampoli already has Epstein connections. He was going to buy elite model management with Jeffrey Epstein, which basically would let him be buying all the contracts of the models that owned them. That's how I'm seeing it. Y'all can let me know if you disagree. But in March 2000, New York Magazine reported Paulo Zampoli installed live cameras in his modeling agency apartments. He housed young foreign women and planned to live stream them online on a website called modellife.com. One girl returned from a trip to find surveillance equipment installed in her home, and they didn't give her any prior warning. Zampoli planned to expand the feeds to apartments in Sao Paulo, Milan, and Paris. New York Magazine described those apartments as vaults, brimming with underage, vulnerable, and supernaturally beautiful girls. The president of the Models Guild, which is the union for models, responded by saying that the webcam show should be limited to girls who are over 18 years old. She didn't say all the girls are over 18. She said the camera show should be limited only to girls who are over 18. This implies, obviously, that the apartments already housed girls who were under the age of 18. This was in the year 2000. So young foreign women on visas living in agency-controlled housing, being surveilled by cameras and streamed live online without full informed consent. This is before OF existed, but Paulo was already building the infrastructure. The difference is the girls likely didn't have a platform of their own, no cut of the money from this live stream show, and probably didn't even have a choice. He's now Trump's special envoy for global partnerships. Do we think this guy should be representing our country? Okay. I don't know if this is letting me see the full article. I'll probably try. Let me see. Hold on. Let me go to the Wayback Machine and see if it'll load there. I haven't been able to make the Wayback Machine work. Many times lately, I have not been able to get the website to pull up. It's like maybe something's wrong with it. Girls on Film, New York Magazine. Okay, we can at least read this much so far, and then we'll deal with the rest later. Okay. Early stages of Bop House, literally. Thanks so much to Lee for becoming a new member. We're going to be to 70 members in no time. Thank you so much to Amber for the $25 super chat. The concerning part of this is many little young girls dream to grow up to be a model. As long as that is the case, young girls will forever be easy targets for abuse, desperate, and will agree to anything to reach that dream. Exactly. It's like they target a certain type of person. Okay, among Manhattan males of a certain age, particularly the ones who frequent nightclubs, the words model apartment are imbued with a mythical status akin to El Dorado. The location of these half dormitory, half hotels has always been a closely guarded secret. After all, they are, in effect, vaults brimming with underage, vulnerable, and supernaturally beautiful girls. This is why a proposal by the ID Models Agency to put a live camera feed from an apartment on the web comes as something of a shock. ID President Paulo Zampoli says the webcast was conceived as a way to promote the girls. That's another way to say advertise. The agency and its website also would be promoted, but not everyone sees it that way. Well, I mean, I guess I do kind of see it that way. It's advertisement. The installation of the camera equipment a few weeks ago was greeted with mixed emotions, especially when one girl returned from a trip to find an ominous tower of electronics. Most of the girls were excited because their families and boyfriends were going to be able to see them from all over the world. But one was unhappy. Zampolli concedes another camera broadcast from ID's booking office for a couple weeks, though it's currently inoperative pending an equipment upgrade. The camera campaign is particularly daring in the wake of a recent BBC documentary that exposed, this is in the year 2000, this is 26 years ago. The camera campaign is particularly daring in the wake of the recent BBC documentary that exposed the rampant exploitation of young models and prompted talk of stricter industry guidelines. If the girls are volunteering, it's not truly an invasion of privacy, but they should be aware of what might happen. This is according to Rhonda Hudson, the president of the Models Guild. This is the industry union affiliated with the AFL-CIO. Let me see if this will let me. See it on another browser. Hold on. Okay, it will let me see it on a different browser. So let me go to that one. Oh, that it was almost over anyway. Okay, so Zampolli. Okay, so the head of the model guild, the union or whatever, suggests that the project should be limited to girls over 18 years old and that they be able to retract their consent at any time. Now, this is interesting. I did not know this was here. Now, Elite Model Management enters the chat. Elite Model Management's John Casablancas is no stranger to controversy. He labels Zampoli's plan the ultimate disgrace, perhaps forgetting that elite executives got the worst on the BBC segment. So remember, Elite is where, Tyra Banks was signed to, Kim Porter was signed to, but also Jeffrey Epstein and Paulo Zampoli at some point wanted to buy Elite Model Management. And there seemed to have been some beef between the owner of Elite Model Management and Zampoli. It's interesting because Zampoli would then at some point want to buy Elite Model Management. Elite Model Management's owner or founder, whatever, got in trouble, basically called out, exposed in this BBC documentary from, or the segment, this expose in 2000. So he had gotten dragged. So they went over him. They're like, hey, I know you just got dragged, but what do you think about this guy Zampoli, again, who would later try to buy this John Casablanca's company? How do you go from modeling agent, talent agent to U.S. ambassador? That's what I want to know. Anyway, this guy from Elite Model Management, he said, maybe I'm old fashioned, but I find it disgusting. My personal feeling is anything that encourages a prurient interest in the private lives of models is wrong. What? Anyway, Zampolli expects to have the live feed up and running in the next week or two. The girls will get major exposure, he says. The camera is installed in only one of the 3 ID apartments in the city. This man had buildings full of models. That's another aspect of this. He still apparently, as of like 2017, owned buildings that he was renting out as Airbnbs. And I'm wondering, were these buildings the ones that he originally was using as these model apartments? And somebody said it, this is like pre-Bop House, Bop House. Yeah. It's like an influencer house. And then this, again, y'all, so much of this stuff keeps circling back around to the whole Lima Yevremovich story for me. I don't know if it's just because it's on my mind or because I'm biased, but don't you remember the Aura house? Lima wanted to have a content creator house of content creators that do mental health content, the Aura house. It just kind of seems like, this. Like, he had 3 houses, 3 buildings in the city or apartments in the city. But he also had Sao Paulo, Milan, Paris. Did he have apartments in Paris? Those who don't want their domestic lives broadcast over the internet can shack up at one of the agency's other pads. It's going to be great, said Anne Drian, a 20-year-old Belgian, again, foreign models. Are they being threatened? Are they being, so if you don't do it, you got to go back to Belgium? Again, Belgium, who cares? A nice place. I don't think it's particularly dangerous. Some girls, like, if you go back, you might die. I don't know. Maybe that's something that her situation too, but she's excited about the cameras in 2000. She said it's going to be great. She lives in the wired $5,000 a month Soho loft with 3 other girls and a chaperone. She said, but we don't want it all the time, of course, like when we wake up. Yeah, she wants to wake up, do her makeup, and then the cameras turn on. But Zampolli insists that the camera will be on only in the apartment's living room, not the bedrooms or the shower, and only from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. There are plans to broadcast from ID apartments in Sao Paulo, Milan, Paris, and Zampolli is creating a separate website called modellife.com for the apartment's live feeds. He has grand visions of turning it all into a real world type TV show, maybe for some of the girls. The model says it will help make them famous. So still kind of acting like, I'm down to do it for some time, but it'll maybe make some of us famous. Now, from what I understand, that show never ended up taking off. Probably because one of the major networks picked it up and then turned it into, America's Next Top Model or something. But elite, the webs. Tyra Banks coming up. The web is webbing. Okay. So there was there something else? There was another article I was going to read. I don't see it right now, but I do want to read y'all. I promised yesterday that I would read you the People magazine article that has the Donald Trump and Melania Trump wedding. This issue came out February 7th, 2005. So I'm just going to read it to y'all. I'm not going to necessarily show the article because I don't want to get copyright by people. But here's Melania in her dress. That's in the beginning on the content. So page 56, the Donald celebrates his merger with Slovenian sweetheart Melania Knaus at a star-studded bash in Palm Beach. So they're saying that's on page 56. I'm just going to read it to y'all as we go. So here's the spread. A magical merger. Again, we're getting the sort of like models entering into transactional relations with these old coots. So we have them lighting a candle right there. Looks like they did get married in a Catholic church. So I'm going to read from this page right here, Magical Merger. Amidst family, friends, and some 10,000 flowers, Donald Trump ties the knot with Melania Knaus. Okay, the bride and groom lit the same candle that had been used at Melania's baptism. She plans to save it for their children. Okay, there's the candle. Interesting. We have CoverGirl article. Okay. So here's the invitation. It says Melania Knaus and Donald J. Trump request the honor of your presence. This is an invitation at their marriage, Saturday, the 22nd of January, 2005, at 7 o'clock in the evening. The it's Episcopal Church, not Catholic. The Episcopal Church of Bethesda by the Sea, South Country Road of Barton Avenue, Palm Beach, Florida. Reception to follow at the Mar-a-Lago Club. Okay. And then that's them leaving their wedding, like from the aisle. I'm going to read this part up here at the top. The ceremony. People told me, because this is Melania, quote, people told me they felt love and elegance and grace. Trump's right-hand man, the apprentice's George Ross, gave it the businessman's thumbs up. It was very efficient. So then you kind of see some of the people in the audience, but it's kind of blurry. So then they give us some details. We'll start here on this page. There's Melania, stiff person syndrome. There's little Baron. See little Baron right there at the top. Getting ready in her robe, Melania took time to confer with her ring bearer. Oh, that's not Baron. Who is that? Guess who the kid is at their wedding? Baron wasn't even born yet. He wasn't born until the next year. Guess who the ring bearer was? Mark Burnett's son. Who's Mark Burnett? He's the producer of Donald Trump's reality show, The Apprentice. But you know what else? He produced Survivor. He's like a reality show royalty. And his son was the ring bearer at Donald Trump and Melania's wedding. Interesting. The bride's sister, Ines, was maid of honor. Okay, so Melania's sister, right there, maid of honor, wearing white. Interesting. The rings. Melania's near 12-carat diamond is flawless. Graff Jewelers manager Craig Miller calls it $1 million stone. So the diamond alone was $1 million in 2005. Miller calls Trump a negotiator, but he paid in full for the rings, including the 14-carat band. So the ring itself that she's not even wearing on her ring finger, she's wearing it on her pinky, probably because she has giant fingers. Melania is near 12-carat diamond. So she's 12 carat for this one and then 14 carats for the band. Okay, so then we go to this page. There's her up here, and we'll start right here. That's her, the back of her dress. Melania asked Dior designer John Galliano to create a dress for a princess. Oh, it's not Vera Wang. Okay, interesting. Okay, so here's the story. It starts here. The groom had taken his place at the altar. The soloist was singing Ave Maria. And in the air at the Episcopal Church of Bethesda by the Sea in Palm Beach, Florida, the scent of gardenias and roses lent a heady sweetness. Then, shortly after 7 p.m., January 22nd, the doors opened at the back of the chapel. And some 450 guests, from Hillary Clinton to Katie Couric to Billy Joel, were riveted by the sight of a very stiff, I didn't say that part, I just said that part myself, Melania Knaus, standing tall. She's pretty tall, ain't she? And serene in a custom-made Christian Dior gown. As she began to walk, she briefly faltered. Attendants struggling to hold her 13-foot train and 16-foot veil, so she must have tripped. Womp womp. And from the pews, a cell phone rang. Girl, the moment for Knaus, 34 years old, and her beau of 6 years, Donald Trump, who's 58. So she was 34 when they got married. He was 58 when they got married. So more than 20 years older than her. In a traditional ceremony, they knelt, they prayed, and in voices so low many guests could not hear when they exchanged their vows. This is a Melania quote, "We had a little smile, but we were serious," because they are serious words. Then her new husband kissed her not once, but 3 times. "We completely forgot everything around us," she says. "It was just us two. It was beautiful." Okay. So then there's this picture of Donald Trump right here. He's got those ugly boys, Ivanka, and then this is Tiffany. And it, like I said, Barron wasn't born yet. So below the picture, it says, "The proud father posed with his children from left, Eric, Ivanka, Donald Jr., and Tiffany. And he told the guests that Tiffany had, quote, had her hair done for the first time today," end quote. The close-knit bunch hung out together poolside where Ivanka kissed Tiffany on the nose and twirled her on the dance floor. Tiffany was young at the time, probably like 13, 15. Okay, so then there's this section at the bottom right here. It says, "The Palm Beach setting." While a nor'easter dumped snow on Trump's New York City pad, Florida's Palm Beach was all balmy sunshine until a brief rain sprinkled guests as they arrived at the 78-year-old Gothic-style stone church. Mar-a-Lago, which gets its name from its location between the Atlantic and the Intercoastal Waterway, was built in 1927. But Trump, who runs it as a private club for members willing to pay the $150,000 initiation fee, plus $9,000 a year in dues, has given it every modern luxury. He spent $45 million building the ballroom that served as his reception hall. Trump loves a ballroom. Okay. Can we all agree he loves a ballroom? Okay. So now, oh my God, this is why I bought this magazine. I don't remember how much I paid for it. I had to buy it on eBay. But this is the center or the, full page spread. So let's read this. This right here, Star Jones. I saw these pictures. I was like, oh, I need to see who was there. Okay. So we're going to start here. This is Kelly Ripa and her husband, Mark Consuelos. They were among the guests, served $650 bottles of Cristal champagne. Okay. So then this is the setting right here, the table setting. Can y'all see it? I'm going to read from there. Now, so that's Melania, wanted a white and gold theme at the dinner. Getting her to okay the tall candelabras took a little convincing. She thought it might be too much. Okay. And then this right here is Heidi Klum. She arrived to the wedding, but she didn't bring Seal. So then there's this picture of Melania, Trump. I don't know if they're entering the reception hall or what, but this is Melania and Trump at their wedding. And I'm going to start reading. I guess I'll read here first, and then I'll read this column. This is a quote below the picture of them. Quote, he wanted this to be Melania's day. This is according to Pat O'Brien. He wanted it to be just right for her. Now, they had been dating for like 6 years, apparently, at the time. So if it was 2005, they started dating 1999. Oh, I guess it was like 2005's January. So that adds up. Okay, so now I'm going to read this column right here. And so, the billionaire lord of real estate and reality TV and his Slovenian bride began life together. With the help of 45 chefs, 28 seamstresses, 100 limousine drivers, that's insane, And the guys who drove dozens of refrigerated trucks with some 10,000 flowers from New York to Florida to provide the all-white roses, hydrangeas, gardenias, and peonies the bride had her heart set on. She said, quote, "I love white and wanted the look clean." It just says "and wanted clean," but they did open brackets, the look. I don't get that. She succeeds Ivana Trump, who's 55 years old, and Marla Maples, 41 years old, to the title of Mrs. Trump. Oh, shade. Melania hired Manhattan event planner Preston Bailey, but a lot of it Melania took care of herself. She was very clear with her vision. From selecting the size and the pattern on the dinner plates, she wanted 10-inch plates with gold borders, to the soprano, I guess the singer, for the reception. It was New York's Camellia Johnson. Melania was a bridezilla, it seems. It says she micromanaged her fete with a zeal worthy of The Apprentice. Okay, we're going to go to the next page. And it goes down to here. And then we'll circle back and look at these pictures. On January 21st, which is the day before the wedding, Donald played golf and guests from across the country settled in. Meaning for Kathy Lee Gifford, dropping $565 on some Manolo Blahnik mules, partying at the nightclub resort for Star Jones Reynolds, and for Kelly Ripa, just going to bed early at her hotel. Melania checked on the silverware and centerpieces and a candle that had been lit only once before at her baptism in Slovenia. She asked her mother to keep the candle. The mother still lives in Slovenia. She asked her to bring the candle and to light it again at her wedding. She said, "I arranged everything." Quote, "I arranged everything," says the model. Just reminding you, Melania was a model too. Quote, "I made sure everything was exactly where it should be." And it was. Inside the church, Tiffany, 11 years old, Trump's daughter with Marla Maples, handed guests programs before taking her seat with her sister, Ivanka, who was 23 at the time. Trump's daughter with Ivana, that's Ivanka. As an organist played selections from Handel and Bach, best men, Donald Trump Jr., who was 27 at the time, and Eric Trump, 21 years old at the time, took their places at the altar. Meanwhile, in a private room, Melania was figuring out how to make it down the aisle in her 60-pound dress. She says, "I did not practice walking in the dress." Well, she should have, because she's not really good at walking as it is. That's probably why she didn't get any runway jobs, or very many. Anyway, in the end, it was more like she floated anyway. Quote, "I was just happy." No, sorry. Quote, "I just saw Donald's happy face," said Melania, "and everything happened like fast. Wow." The Reverend Ralph R. Warren Jr. led the ceremony. Ivanka, the daughter, read from the Bible. And the next thing the bride and groom knew, the crowd was clapping and throwing rose petals. It was quick, but beautiful and perfect, says American Idol judge Simon Cowell. Was at the Trump Melania wedding. He said, "I give it a 9. 9 out of 10, he said. As in cloud 9, no doubt, this article goes on. Back at Mar-a-Lago, 5 violinists serenaded guests, chatting over caviar, lobster, and truffle appetizers. Hillary Clinton talked kids with Kelly Ripa. Oh, girl. Paul Anka playfully complained that seated behind a pillar during the ceremony, he couldn't see a thing. Okay, so they're back at Mar-a-Lago. Okay. Oh, wait, let me show you all the pictures. So this is The Apprentice's Carolyn Kepcher. She let her hair down. So she was on The Apprentice, I guess. Melania and I have been together for 6 years, and they've been the best 6 years of my life in every way, Trump said. Star Jones was wowed by the bride's grace in her gown. But that's her job. She's a model. I mean, we know she's not that graceful. Okay. Oh, I skipped a part. Let's look at the menu. This is the menu. There's a big cake right here. Appetizer. It says the menu. We're reading Donald Trump and Melania Trump wedding menu right now, if you're just joining. Melania knew she wanted I guess it's supposed to be knew what she wanted, but they didn't put what. She knew she wanted for dinner. A simple salad and filet mignon. This is according to New York City-based restaurateur Jean-Georges Van Gerichten. But simplicity ended there. With the help of 45 chefs in a kitchen set up under a tent on the lawn, he made 6,000 or so appetizers, while Mar-a-Lago head chef Gary Gregson oversaw the main course. Pastry chef Cedric Barberet spent 2 months creating nearly 3,000 roses from icing for the 5-foot-tall orange Grand Marnier chiffon cake, which weighed 200 pounds. It took 5 guys to carry it. So the 5-foot-tall cake, orange Grand Marnier. Appetizers included lobster bites. Girl, steamed shrimp topped the salad. If you got a shellfish allergy, you better not go to this wedding. Okay. Now, I lied. I thought the last page was the page why I bought this. It was this page. This is the page why I bought it. Do you see the picture right here? Put a 5 in the chat. You see the picture. Donald Trump, Melania, who's in the middle of them? Bill and Hillary. Yup. So while y'all are out here arfing like seals, the left, Democrat hoax, the right, fascists. This is what they're doing. They're having a grand old time at each other's weddings. Okay. Just so we're all on the same page. Guess who this is? Shaquille O'Neal. There's Donald and Melania cutting their cake. So let me just read some of this stuff. Them cutting their cake, it says, the couple exchanged a bite of cake. But other than that, they did not eat or sit. Very common. Very common. When it's your wedding, it's like you look around, you haven't eaten. Katie Couric partied with Trump pal Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal. Do you know Shaq? Was that Donald Trump's wedding? Okay. The most recent one. Before leaving. And he left around midnight. Smart. Nothing good happens after midnight. Okay. Here's what this caption says. And Trump is Hillary, Bill, 2 presidents, 1 potential president, 2 first ladies, eventual. Though Bill Clinton at the reception missed the ceremony, his wife had front pew seating. So why did Bill Clinton miss the ceremony? He's probably late, girl. Who knows? Melania said, I just saw Donald's happy face and everything happened so fast. Now, who were the entertainers? Let's read that. Guests, Paul Anka, Billy Joel, and Tony Bennett surprised the hosts by performing. Joel, to the tune of The Lady and the Tramp, crooned that Trump met Melania and made her his wife. This time, we hope you'll stay for life. Oh, the shade. Because it was like his 3rd marriage or 4th? 3rd. So Billy Joel is like singing a song. He's like, met Melania and made her his wife. This time we hope you'll actually stay for life. Oh. Okay, then there's Paul Anka to the tune of I did it my way. Melania's door, emotions pour. And a more serious Bennett did always. So here are the singers. They're singing, the 3 right here. I don't know if y'all can see it. My camera's not on autofocus. Okay, so now we're going to read this page, the next page. She got Rose. What is this? A freaking Bacchus Fest? That she's dressed like the Lady of Athena or something. The Muses of Athena. Okay, look, there's Simon Cowell. Simon Cowell right there. He had a great time, but he claimed that during the wedding, the soloist had an off note. After dinner, Melania had the pool lined with off-white couches for an outdoor living room feel. So they're outside by the pool. I bet you nobody swam. Okay, so we're going to read this middle part of the Donald Trump Melania wedding. Katie Couric tried not to get caught videotaping the event with a camera hidden in her purse. Life's more fun when you do illegal things, she joked. Around 10 p.m., with guests seated for dinner. Oh my God, this is too late. This is too late. Did they have a Diddy party after this? Around 10 o'clock, they finally sat for dinner. In a Louis, the XIV girl, who is XIV? Is that 14th? Style ballroom. The Trumps had their first dance to Piccioni's Nessun Dorma. Wait. Nessun Dorma. Why is that ringing a bell? We talked about this recently. What is that song? Somebody put in the comments. Okay. The Mr. dipped the misses and the fun began. Leading the toasts, Trump's son, Eric, welcomed Melania into the family and said, I know this is the last time I'll ever have to stand up here, said Donald Trump's son, Eric. Donald Trump Jr., meanwhile, told the happy couple, quote, I look forward to spending many years annoying both of you. Then Trump took the stage to toast his bride. Quote, this is a quote from Donald Trump's reception. Quote, they've been the best 6 years of my life in every way, end quote. And just the beginning, judging from the sight of the giddy groom on stage, hugging Paul Anka, who like Billy Joel and Tony Bennett, sang for Trump. Cutting the cake just after midnight, Trump winked at the crowd and told everyone, we made a wish. Oh yeah, probably like a baby. Or maybe it was to become president girl. Who knows what their wish was? Who knows at this point? The specifics were secret, but his wife, who at 1 a.m. changed from her gown into a lightweight tulle Vera Wang dress, which made it easier to, as she urged guests, party all night. We want to have a family. Yes, said Melania. Now, Donald, who carried his bride over the threshold of their Mar-a-Lago suite at 4 a.m., seems off to a good start. Quote, Donald has always said he used to make a bad husband and a great father. This is according to his Donald Trump's pal and host of The Insider, Pat O'Brien. The quote goes on, quote, he says this time around, he wants to make a great father and a great husband. Okay, so now, says Melania, in the Vera Wang dress and a flower headband she wore for dancing, is the time to write thank you notes. Okay, so there's the thank you note. She said, now we got to write thank you notes. Okay, is that it? Yeah, that's it. Okay, so now we've seen the private album. It says it here, their private album. This was the People magazine article, like I said, February 7th, 2025. I bought that magazine, wanted to read it to y'all. It was pretty much like one of the main reasons I bought it, other than just being nosy and wanting to see what was inside there, because it was hard for me to find that thing online. But let me show y'all some more links that I did find since yesterday's live stream. Pulling it up right now. Okay. So this was posted April 15th, so like this morning. This was an interview with the now deceased Jean-Luc Brunel. Oh, thought I was showing. This is an interview, or was an interview, with the now deceased Jean-Luc Brunel, who was friends with Epstein and Trump. He ran a modeling agency, and this is where Epstein got the majority of his victims. Now, is this definitely true? Do I know this to be true as a fact? No, I don't. I'm reading a tweet. If you listen to him, he speaks like a certain other person we know. They all think it's no big deal. So, Jean-Luc Brunel, again, to remind you, came across my desk and our collective radar on this channel yesterday. Probably before as well. But the Epstein files that were released by the Department of Justice are absolutely infested with Jean-Luc Brunel. It's everywhere, all over the place, Jean-Luc Brunel, and all kinds of pictures of this man too. He was a creepy, in my opinion, modeling agent. He's dead now. He was found dead in his cell in 2022, and he was arrested in association with Epstein. Jean-Luc Brunel was Amanda Ungaro's agent when she was 16 years old. She got on the Jeffrey Epstein Lolita Express and flew across the world from Paris to the United States to be a model. It was that very same year that she met her would-be baby daddy, Paulo Zampoli. So real quick, another time, this is Jean-Luc Brunel. Jean-Luc Brunel, there he is with Ghislaine. There he is with a stable of girls. Amanda gets on a plane, flies on Lolita Express, Jeffrey Epstein's plane. Oh, shoot. There he is with Ghislaine Maxwell. Amanda gets on, 16 years old, 17 years old. She gets on Lolita Express from Paris. Originally, she's from Brazil, but she gets on in Paris and she flies on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. Who's her agent? Jean-Luc Brunel. Okay, so that's whose interview we're about to watch. It's not a full interview. A snippet. A snippet, as it were. Shout out to John. Thank you so much, John Miles, for becoming a new member. Thank you. Thank you. Got to be over 70 now. Midnight Kitchen Trip said, one of my childhood friends used to be a model under his agency. Who? Jean-Luc? What a wonder web we weave. They weave. I'm just trying to keep track. Okay. So here is that supposed interview. It is only 2 minutes, 51 seconds. This was an interview with him. He's now dead. He was friends with Epstein. I don't know about Trump, but that's what they're saying on this tweet. He ran a modeling agency. This is where Epstein got some of his victims. This is where Amanda Ungaro came from. If you listen to him, he speaks like a certain other person we know. They all think it's no big deal. I don't know who the other person is. I didn't even watch this, so who knows what it's going to be. You've been warned. Because I don't know what it's going to be.
What do you mean by teenage?
For young girls, 16 to 19.
16, almost never.
Let me read you some letters.
Yeah.
These are letters.
I have a lot of letters too.
He walked in on me while I was in the bath, while I was changing in the room, and even did things like jumping in the bed with me while I was trying to sleep. Is it true?
So I don't know if y'all can hear it or not. The audio is kind of not good. The lady is doing an interview with Jean-Luc Brunel. I guess he was already on the chopping block. People were already trying to cancel him, back in the day. And he was like, I almost never have girls that are 16 years old. But Amanda Ungaro said she was 16 years old when she got on that plane on the Lolita Express to come to America, the United States, for the first time to New York. He said, a lot of people write me letters. So the lady, the interviewer, starts reading the letter. She's like, he jumped into the bed with me. He did some stuff. He interrupts her. Look at him. Look at his demon face coming out. Blah, 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 blah. Now he's dead. Good riddance. I mean, rest in peace.
It's always, when people say something, it's always a little truth.
What's the little truth in this?
Yes, any little truth.
What do you mean little truth? What is the little
that I hug them, that I try to flirt with them, but never more. They can say what they want.
Here's some of the words they used. Sexually disturbed. Pervert. You had to sleep.
Sexually disturbed pervert. You had to sleep with him to work. Doesn't that put a 6 in the chat that reminds you? Put a 6 in the chat that reminds you of that transactional Christmas present modeling birthday. I just applied to Harvard. Hey, Unc.
I cannot. What do you say? How many almost raped me? You always use almost raped me.
I'm quoting. In this case, it was a 15-year-old girl.
And how is
15 years old?
I don't remember. Maybe it's possible. I don't know.
He don't remember if he almost R-worded a 15-year-old. I don't remember, he said. Girl.
How is
15 years old?
I don't remember. Maybe it's possible. I don't know.
Then Claude Haddad went on to say, what happens with the girls is not really his fault.
When the French girl starts to play with her body, she knows that she can have problem. Start to have problem with men. And in America, I found out that when a girl do that, she doesn't even mean it. It's a game, but she's not thinking of what she's doing. It took me a long time to realize this.
Do you work with Claude O'Dad? No, sir. No more.
Why are they calling him Claude O'Dad? This tweet says that that's Jean-Luc Brunel. Let me just look up who is Claude. Claude O'Dad. What are they saying? Do y'all know who this man is? I thought that that was Jean-Luc Brunel. Oh, this is interesting too, because this video says Epstein's French connection. That is interesting. Isn't that a company? I don't. Now I'm confused. Like, this is a live investigation, okay? Is this him? Is this the same guy? I mean, it kind of looks like him. Is that him? This guy? See, look. Oh, look, Wall Street Journal had this exclusive. This was from February. Let's read this. It's a Wall Street Journal. I like reading the, like, when they actually, step up to do some work. New York Times, Wall Street Journal. The accomplice who was going to testify against Jeffrey Epstein and then went dark. French model scout Jean-Luc Brunel was negotiating to provide prosecutors with evidence against the S offender in 2016. This was 3 years before he was arrested, but ultimately Jean-Luc backed out. Girl, why are all these exclusive? Jean-Luc Brunel was ready to turn on the man who had been his patron and partner. The French modeling scout was prepared to tell prosecutors what he knew about Jeffrey Epstein's S trafficking. Brunel was secretly negotiating in 2016 with lawyers representing Epstein's victims, according to a newly released Justice Department file. Brunel's lawyer told the Justice Department that his client recruited girls for Epstein and had incriminating photographs. They discussed a date for Brunel to walk into the U.S. Attorney's Office in New York in exchange for immunity. One of Epstein's BFs, Jean-Luc Brunel, has helped get girls. He's wanting to cooperate. This was according to handwritten notes taken by a federal prosecutor in February 2016. Brunel is afraid of being prosecuted. Then Brunel went dark. Okay, so that's all they'll let me see of that article. But I don't think this guy in this interview is Jean-Luc Brunel. That don't look like him, actually. Now that I'm looking at it, I don't know who this is. Why are they telling me this is Jean-Luc Brunel? Until further notice, I'm just going to abandon that clip because I don't know who that is. They kept calling him Claude something. Okay. That's why when I tell y'all, these are just links I found on the internet. Take with a grain of salt and use your own discernment, your own judgment. My opinion does definitely not have to be your opinion. And in my opinion, I don't think that was Jean-Luc Brunel that was doing that interview. I mean, it was creepy. Whoever that was probably needs to be investigated, but that didn't look like the same person. Okay. So yesterday we came across a few Twitter accounts, especially one Twitter account that was like, at least since August 2025, trying to sound the alarm on this specific aspect of the web. So I have a few links and threads and things that Twitter account has been working on. Just starting in no particular order. He posted this a couple days ago. He said, this is the thread. I haven't read most of these like all the way through. I just figured we could read them, live together. This is the thread every person needs to read to the end. Please share. And yes, it's her real name. I spelled it wrong. Middle fart. Okay. Her name is Middle Fart. Okay. That's literally one of the most unfortunate names. I would have all kinds of reasons to be trying to get married just so I could change my name from Middle Fart. That is so offensive that they would even name somebody that. Change your name, girl. Middle Fart, girl. Anyway, okay. Trump. So this is a thread. He posted this in August in 2025. One of the reasons I'm giving this account any stock at all is because he been saying this stuff for months and months and months. Okay, August. We're now in April the next year. Middle Fart. Anyway, so he posted this in August last year. He said Trump said himself he met Melania when he was supposed to be on a date with a woman named Selena Middlefart. That is so unfortunate. Woo! It was at Paulo Zampoli's party at the Kit Kat Club. That's where he was introduced to Melania Trump. At the time, Melania Knaus, or Knavs. Middlefart was the woman Jeffrey Epstein dated at the same time as Trump. This is all public info. Now, apparently this girl is the same as this girl. Could have fooled me. That looks like different people. But here's Donald Trump in a tux with Selena Middlefart, apparently, allegedly. And then here's Epstein with, again, that does not look like the same person to me. But maybe it's, the lighting is different and stuff like that. And here she is. Very beautiful, whoever it is, Middlefart. But let's take a step back. Again, y'all, I have not read this thread. I don't know where this is going, but why not? When Zampoli's father died in Milan, Italy. Remember, Zampolli is from Milan. He was 18 years old. He inherited the family toy business. Who is this guy? I was asking yesterday. Who is Paulo Zampoli? Well, his dad died when he was 18. And at 18 years old, Paulo inherited the family toy business, which was highly successful. It was the only Italian toy company selling Hasbro and Star Wars licensed toys in the 70s and 80s. But Paulo had dreams of his own. Okay, so here's the AI overview. Paulo sold his father's toy company in the mid-90s. The sale was to a group under control of Silvio Berlusconi, who would later become the prime minister of Italy. Whoa. Okay, so he's 18 years old. He ends up in the mid-90s selling his dad's toy company to this other Italian guy, and that other Italian guy ends up being the prime minister. So elite. Zampolli sold the toy company after he left college because reportedly he found his native hometown of Milan to be, quote, too small. And Milan is like a huge international city, but it was too small for him. Now, at the same time, in the mid-90s, Zampolli sold the toy company to future highly corrupt and one of Italy's longest serving prime ministers, a man by the name of Silvio Berlusconi. The sale happened at the suggestion. Oh my God, this is crazy. 7 in the chat if this is crazy and blowing your mind a little bit. Who suggested to a young Paulo just leaving out of college? Who suggested to Paulo Zampoli, hey, sell your daddy's toy company to the future prime minister of Italy? Who suggested that? John Casablancas. Does that name sound familiar to you? Does that name sound familiar to you? Yeah. He was the founder of Elite, or the owner of Elite Model Management. Zampolli would eventually try to buy Elite Model Management with Jeffrey Epstein. They were going to go together and buy Elite Model Management. That was the one from America's Next Top Model. That was the one that signed Tyra Banks. That was the one that signed Kim Porter, Diddy's ex. Elite Model Management. So the Elite Model Management guy, John Casablancas, was in Paulo Zampoli's circle for a long time. Look, according to this tweet, all the way back in the mid-90s, 30 years ago, Zampolli sold the toy company to Silvio Berlusconi. Now, Silvio would later go on to become political elite himself. He was going to be a prime minister in Italy eventually. He did become prime minister, and he was one of the longest serving prime ministers Italy ever had. However, he's being reported as being highly corrupt. Why did Zampolli sell this company to this guy or at all? Well, John Casablancas, owner of Elite Models, encouraged Zampolli to get into model management as a business. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but this seems like a pretty important 2 tweets. Zampoli's father died. I mean, let's just start over. I mean, seriously, this is crazy. I'm going to speed through it. Trump said himself he met Melania when he was supposed to be on a date with Selena Middlefart. Paulo owned the Kit Kat Club, Paulo Zampoli. He is the one who introduced, according to public records, he is the one who introduced Melania to Donald Trump. Now, Melania said it was completely by chance she met Donald that night. She didn't even want to go out. Remember, she, in her book, I didn't like going out to nightclubs. I like to go to a nice dinner and then go back home. Relatable. I do too. I don't want to go out to no nightclub. But she was like, my friend invited me. She said her boyfriend was throwing a party, so I went. Okay, so but Donald Trump was there. He wasn't supposed to be there alone. He was supposed to be there with Selena Middlefart. I heard some noises. He was supposed to be on a date with Selena Middlefart. Now, Selena Middlefart apparently also dated, supposedly, Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, so Trump said himself he met Melania when he was supposed to be on a date with Selena Middlefart. Paulo Zampoli was throwing the party at the Kit Kat Club, and he introduced Melania to Donald, according to reports. Now, Middlefart was also a woman that Jeffrey Epstein dated at the same time as Donald Trump dated her. And he's saying this is all public info. I haven't gone to substantiate it. I'm just reading tweets. But let's take a step back. When Zampoli's father died in Milan, Paulo was 18 years old. He inherited his family toy business. It was a very, very highly profitable and successful toy business. They had Hasbro licenses and Star Wars licenses in the 70s and 80s. Exclusively, they could sell those toys. But in the mid-90s, Zampolli sold the toy company to who would later become the prime minister of Italy for a long time, one of the longest standing ones. And the sale happened because of the owner of Elite Model Management, John Casablancas. John Casablancas, who owned Elite Models, was encouraging Zampolli to get into the model management business in the mid-90s. Now, we read an article earlier that told us that Zampolli, just 5-6 years later, would be trying to live stream the models, some of whom were maybe not even 18 years old yet, from inside their living quarters. Okay, so this picture says, meet PDF file. Now, I don't know if he's a PDF file myself. I'm reading a tweet. Okay. Innocent till proven guilty. John Casablancas, best friend of Donald Trump. I don't know if that's true. That would be crazy if so. And the owner of Elite Model Management. He was a central figure in allegedly supplying teens to Jeffrey Epstein and his former employee, Jean-Luc Brunel. Trump was introduced to Casablancas by his mentor, Roy Cohn, who has his own allegations. Again, these are allegations. I don't even know if they're true or not. Okay, moving on to the next tweet. Why are we reading this tweet again? Why are we reading this thread again? Because this guy tweeted it in August to 2025, and now it seems to be pretty relevant. Okay, so I'm just reading it, and we're doing a live investigation. Casablancas, again, owner of Elite, had been involved in scandals regarding his affinity toward young girls. Trump, I did not know this. Trump sent his daughter, Ivanka, to work for Elite Models. So she was also an Elite model. I need to take a screenshot so I can put that on my web. I'm not going to put it on the web right now. So Ivanka was also an Elite model from Elite Model Management. That's crazy. Okay, so Trump sent his daughter, Ivanka, to work for Casablancas at Elite Models when she was 14 years old in 1996. Trump was in Casablancas and Epstein's orbit during this time. This is publicly verifiable. Wow, she really did fix that nose, didn't she? It's not even a bad nose. She should have kept her original one. Anyway, so I did know Ivanka was a supposed model. 1996 is the year. No, it's not. It's 2 years before Melania met Donald, I think. Okay, so this is another big piece of this puzzle here. John Casablancas' Elite Models had Ivanka. And look, they were 15 years old, 14 years old. She looks very young. Okay. Now, Zampolli had just brought Melania to the United States. Okay. So the same time frame that this is happening, Elite Model Management, that's John Casablancas, right? That's not Zampolli. But Zampolli, at the same time as all of this is going on, had just brought over Melania Trump to the United States. Although she wasn't legally supposed to, she took at least 10 modeling jobs during this time. Zampolli eventually successfully got her a visa in 2001, and they're calling this an Einstein visa. Melania was dating Donald Trump at this time, 2001, but her big break was when she was 26 years old. Looks like she's on a Camel cigarette ad. Surgeon General's warning: smoking causes lung cancer, heart disease, emphysema, and may complicate pregnancy. Oh my God. So anyway, this looks like a shadow of a camel right there. It's camels. So she's drinking, she's smoking, she's covering up her neck for some reason. She's covering up her everything else for some reason. Okay, so 3 years later, 2004, a number of things occur. This thread is cool. Y'all, this is from August. This ain't new. He been trying to say it. Anthony Andrews, shout out to him. So in 2004, 1 year before Donald Trump and Melania get married, a number of things occur. Trump outbids Epstein on the Florida mansion that was owned by a Russian oligarch named Dmitry Ryblev. Okay. Because remember, Donald Trump and Epstein were like friendly, and then they had a falling out. So in 2004, Epstein is trying to buy this mansion that this Russian oligarch owns. But Trump bids higher than Epstein and gets the mansion. Also, during 2004, Jeffrey Epstein partners up with Paulo Zampoli, as we've already discussed, in an attempt to buy the financially struggling elite models. Below is the only coincidence I'll allow. Okay, so let's read this Vogue UK screenshot he puts. Elite model management has been bought by a little-known Florida property developer for £4.4 million. The agency, which filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection in February, after 2 lawsuits were brought against it by a group of former models and employees, is now the property of Creative World, which is owned by Eddie and Jules Trump. No relation to billionaire Donald. Eddie and Jules Trump outbid Zampolli and Jeffrey Epstein in the elite model management company, according to the New York Post. The sale does not affect the parent company in Switzerland. Elite Model Management, which was founded by John Casablancas in 1972, is credited with creating the Supermodel League in the 80s and 90s. Oh my God. This is crazy. I knew elite model management was a big deal, but y'all, elite models created supermodels. Look at the names on the roster: Cindy Crawford, Claudia Schiffer, Naomi Campbell, Brooke Shields, Demi Moore, Cameron Diaz, and Giselle, and Tyra Banks. They all were on the books of elite model management in their career. Whew. This is so much information in this thread already. So in 2004, a number of things happen. Trump gets the mansion that Jeffrey Epstein wanted from this Russian oligarch. This was in Florida. Jeffrey Epstein also tried to buy elite model management, but they got outbid. So in the same year, Jeffrey Epstein gets outbid on 2 things he tries to buy. And he happens to be getting outbid on those 2 things he tried to buy by Trump's. We're told it's just a total coincidence that the last name of the people who outbid him and Paulo Zampoli for when they came together to try to buy Elite, some random Trumps bought that. They outbid him, but they don't have any relation to Donald. Okay, got it. But Donald Trump did get the mansion. This is crazy. This is crazy. But he says, hey, it's a coincidence. I'll let it slide. Within 2 years, oh my God, who is this? Is this where that meme came from? I always thought it was fake. Within 2 years, Epstein was arrested. and given the now known sweetheart deal by Alex Acosta, which we know led to Alex Acosta's resignation as labor secretary during Trump's first term, another attempt to bury publicly known evidence about Trump's personal dealings with Epstein. Ugh. I'm with her. Whatever she's thinking, I'm thinking. Is that Mike Pence's kid? I'm with her. Okay, so I'm gonna have to read this again on my own time, but okay. So within 2 years of Jeffrey Epstein getting outbid on elite model management and the Russian oligarch's house in Florida, the mansion, Epstein gets arrested in Florida. But he gets the sweetheart deal. The sweetheart deal is facilitated by Alex Acosta and Pam Bondi. I think Charlie Crist even had something to do with the mix. And Alex Acosta, it would follow him for like years, like 15 years later, he would have to resign, 15 to close to 20. He would have to resign as the labor secretary because of the sweetheart deal with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, just to remind you, what is the sweetheart deal? It was where Jeffrey Epstein basically got a slap on the wrist. He had to be supposedly in prison for like a year or a year and a half, but most of it, he didn't actually even stay in the prison. He was at his house or something. And, none of his co-conspirators could ever face any trouble. That was the sweetheart deal. No federal problems for anybody that ever did anything. And it's just insane. And the people, obviously, the people were like, please, this is ridiculous. You can't do that. But it happened. Not only did it happen, but it followed this guy, Alex Acosta, and he had to pay for it dearly with his job later in life. Okay. Oh, cool. I did not know this is where this thread was going. We must be connected to the same mothership, me and Anthony. Anthony said, now I'm going to spend some time looking at Trump and Melania's wedding and then continue the thread. Great. We're already primed for this. We just read the exclusive from People Magazine. We are ready for this. Now, they were married on January 22nd, 2005. I've got plenty more to go through, but I want to dig into this for a bit, he says. Please share this thread as it's putting it all together in a simple way. See you soon. Look for yourself. An interesting list. These are the famous people who attended Donald Trump's wedding to Melania. Should we look? Oh, Diddy was there. Good to know. On January 22nd, 2005, Donald Trump married Slovenian model Melania Knaus at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm Beach, Florida, in front of more than 350 guests. The wedding was well attended, to say the least. The guest list included the likes of the Clintons, Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs, Barbara Walters, Rudy Giuliani, and Anna Wintour. Why is that significant? She is the founder of Vogue magazine. So if you want to be on the cover of Vogue, you got to go through her. Not only that, she is the Met Gala invitation lady. So you want to go to the Met Gala? She has to personally say you can go. In April, more than 11 years later after the star-studded nuptials, The Hollywood Reporter made 89 phone calls in hopes of getting a comment from some of these attendees. Not one of those calls was returned. This got us wondering, what other famous faces were present at as the Donald tried to make his marriage great again? Oh, below are some of the biggest names. Simon Cowell, we knew. Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs. Is this Adam, what's his name? What was his name? Levine? Kind of looks like him. There's Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs with a huge pinky ring. Katie Couric. Heidi Klum. Tony Bennett. Gayle King. Rudy Giuliani, Anna Wintour, Don King, Russell Simmons, another plug into the modeling world because he ended up being with Kimora Lee Simmons, who, if I had to bet $1, I don't really gamble. I think Kimora was an elite model too. Kimora Lee, elite model. Look, I knew it. Not exactly, but look, Kimora Lee Simmons began her career as a high fashion model at 13 years old, quickly becoming a muse for Karl Lagerfeld at Chanel. A finalist in the elite model look competition, she soon graced runways for top designers like Fendi, Valentino, and she later transitioned into a fashion mogul herself and a TV personality. So I don't think they actually signed her to elite model management, but she was in the competition too. Now, Russell Simmons would later, marry her. And so he was at the Melania and Donald wedding. Shaq, we already knew. Matt Lauer, Star Jones, we already saw that one. Barbara Walters, I think we already knew. Mort Zuckerman also infests the Epstein files. Kathy Lee Gifford. Les Moonves was at the wedding. The head of CBS. We're talking Survivor. We're talking, he ended up being the head of Paramount. He ended up being the head of CBS. That's MTV, VH1. He's the one that blacklisted Janet Jackson after the Nipplegate at the Super Bowl with Justin Timberlake. So many things are going through my mind. My words won't go as fast as my brain. Les Moonves also is the one who called Tyra Banks or made demands. I don't know if he officially himself called Tyra Banks, but I think it was him. We learned this on that recent America's Next Top Model expose that Les Moonves is the one, apparently, allegedly, I don't know, I wasn't there, but this is what they said in the documentary, that he kind of butt heads with Tyra Banks at the very beginning of America's Next Top Model because she wanted to do a show of like diversity. She wanted to be like, there's skinny white girls with blonde hair, but there's also voluptuous women of color and there's plus size white people. She wanted there to be more diverse, who is considered a model. Now, Les Moonves, he was like, no, you got too many Latinas and you need to get rid of that one. I don't want that Latina casted on the show. Tyra Banks was willing to just not do the show over it. But then she was like, I have to bend a little here. So it was this guy, supposedly, allegedly, Les Moonves. Thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat, Sour Girls. So loving spring, long, cold winter. It's been a long, cold winter. Thank you so much for the $1.99. Thank you, Paranoid Optimist. I love that name. Becoming a new member. Thank you, Cassie Weeks, becoming a new member. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're going to be at 100 members in no time. I had to say the word whenever you call me voice. Okay. Shout out to y'all. Les Moonves was at the wedding. Julie Chen is Les Moonves' wife. So of course they would be there together. She's the Big Brother host. Another one of these, all encompassing, model shows where you live stream people from inside a house or whatever. Jeff Zucker, he looks, and Brett AF, no offense. Hillary, oh Lord, they did her dirty. Hillary Clinton, Kelly Ripa, we knew those two. Chris Christie was at the wedding. Paul Anka, we knew that one. Billy Joel, we knew that one. Bill Clinton was not at the wedding, but he was at the reception. Steve Wynn, the owner of the Wynn Hotel. Jesus Christ. Chris Matthews, George Pataki, Regis Philbin was at the wedding. Pat O'Brien. All these people are like to turn and say, oh, I don't like it, Donald Trump. Oh, boo. But they were sure at this wedding. Kathy Hilton, Paris Hilton's mama. Paris Hilton's another one that was a model. Ugly as sin, but a model. Stone Phillips. And I guess that's it. Okay, interesting. 5 solid years as a single bachelor in New York City while he was Epstein's best friend. It doesn't take much imagination to figure out how all that went down. Maples and Trump separated in May 1997. Their official divorce was June 1999. Okay. Diddy and Usher. Usher also attended the wedding. Oh my God. That loops in the webbing back around to Justin Bieber. I just did a video about that on BJ Investigates. Diddy and Usher also attended the wedding before daughter Ivanka Trump read from the Bible. And Metropolitan Opera soprano Camellia Johnson sang Nisun Dorma. The pastor asked if the guests would support the new union. Getting a tepid response, he thundered, "One more time," and the crowd replied throatily, "We will." Attendees represented the worlds of politics. Arnold Schwarzenegger was there. Sean P. Diddy, Puff Daddy Combs, and Usher were there. Steve Wynn, Derek Jeter. I'm skipping over the ones we already read. Paul Anka complained about being seated behind a pillar. Hillary Clinton and Kelly Ripa talked about their kids. Shaquille O'Neal couldn't get his massive feet to fit under his table. Billy Joel hung out with the orchestra. Let me tell you something, says Sandra Rose, the wife of the wedding's band leader. If someone had dropped a bomb on that place, it would have wiped out an entire generation of famous Americans. And these sick freaks think like that. Jesus. Anyway, so the thread goes on. He says, from what I've read, thanks so much to Tina Marie 5D for the $10 super sticker. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. From what I've read, the thread goes on. Trump encourages Zampolli to then get into real estate. Remember, Zampolli had these model houses. He owned the buildings that the models lived in. Zampolli joined the Trump organization as director of international development. Now, this would follow him throughout his career. I mean, because now he's still in the Trump organization, if you know, the political one at least, as the envoy to global partnerships or whatever, special envoy. But their relationship goes way back. From what I've read, says Anthony Andrews, Trump is the one who encouraged Zampolli to get into real estate. Now, remember, he was originally born into a toy empire. He sold the toy business. He wanted to get into model management. Now Trump's saying, get also into real estate. He joined the Trump organization as the director of international development. He eventually started his own real estate company, co-chaired by Trump. That was called Paramount Group, not to be confused with Paramount, the network. Zampolli used models to show the real estate. In the mid-1990s, this is from Wikipedia, Paulo Zampoli founded ID Bikini Models in New York City. He went on to form a partnership with the Trump Organization. While transitioning from the world of fashion to the world of real estate, Zampolli, as co-chairman of his real estate group, used fashion models to sell properties in Manhattan. The New York office was located on the ground floor of 104 Green Street in the heart of Soho and used primarily models from his modeling agency, ID Models, located in New York City. In 2011, Zampolli was appointed as an ambassador to the small island nation of Dominica. I'm sure there is definitely a backstory here, but I'll dig into that another time. Details are sketchy, but his partner and baby mama, Amanda Ungaro, was appointed as an ambassador as well. Again, he predicts something sketchy behind all of this, I'm sure. And I find this to be fairly credible because he was tweeting about this in August. Now all of this stuff is coming up about Amanda Ungaro, Paulo Zampoli, and modeling and houses and this and that and Trump and Melania, and she's making speeches. But this was months ago. He's like, look, hello. He's an ambassador. His partner's an ambassador. Here's their kid. What's going on here? He said, something sketchy behind all of this, I'm sure. In 2012, Ghislaine Maxwell founded the Terra Mar project. Zampolli joined the organization as a board member upon its creation. Okay, so Ghislaine Maxwell makes this company. Zampolli joins. Maxwell shut it down a week after Epstein was arrested. And this person, Anthony, says, I bet there's a lot to dig for here as well. It was a self-described environmental nonprofit organization. It was founded in 2012 by the United States, by socialite and later convicted offender Ghislaine Maxwell. A sister organization in the United Kingdom was incorporated in 2013. He said, interesting side note, the Paramount Group are selling the new Pope's childhood home outside of Chicago. And here's a picture of Paulo Zampoli shaking hands with the Pope to be at the Vatican just a few days before Christmas and be blessed to see His Holiness Pope Francis. Okay, so he met the old Pope. Now there's the new Pope, Pope Leo. He grew up in Chicago. He's the first American pope. Here's his childhood home right here. And Paulo Zampoli's real estate group is selling Pope Leo's childhood home. The very first picture Zampoli posted on his Instagram account was in December 2013, and that's with Bibi Netanyahu. Nothing to see here. In January 2014, the next year, but just the next month actually, he posted his meeting regarding a Trump deal in Belgrade, Serbia. Okay. So long before Donald Trump was the president, long before he was a politician at all, he had Paulo Zampoli on his team, who's now still on his team as the president. And he's basically has like an official government role, even though I think it's like a fake job, a made up job. Here he is in 2014, 12 years ago, acting on the behalf of Trump in Serbia. Serbia. We talked a little bit about Serbia yesterday. I'm not going to get into too much of that today, but it does keep webbing back around, doesn't it? That same year, in March 2014, he posted this photo with Sergei Lavrov, who was the foreign minister of the Russian Federation. Okay? Elite, rubbing shoulders with very elite political power. This thread, again, was from August 2025. He said, I started last week with Zampoli, and I noticed his Wikipedia was updated, and now is sparse. Foreign media is where you can really find some of the best stuff. I was unaware of Joseph Mifsud's involvement with Zampoli and Melania, but it always comes full circle. Diving into international news is quite eye-opening. This article alone should drop some jaws. But it also fits with my discovery from last week, he says, which I haven't even touched on yet. Everyone needs to read this Italian news article, but check out the screenshot first. Okay, so here's the screenshot. In 1990, after it was found out that Ivana was carrying information about U.S. elections to her father, media pressure forced her into separating from Trump. Ivanka's mama was doing espionage. See, they don't let us see this news. Epstein's master work during his career was introducing Melania to Trump. Now, please be aware. Melania says this is a bold-faced, unmitigated lie. All right. So Melania would dispute that Epstein introduced her to Donald Trump. Melania's story is a repetition of Trump's first wife. Oh boy. I have a feeling we're about to get into some stuff. Is this real? This is an article from Italy, Italian article. I don't know if it's translated in English or if it was written in English. It says Melania was discovered while under 12, like under 12 years old, and sold to East Germany's security service, Stasi. Remember, there was a whole East Germany with a Berlin Wall until 1990 or so, 1989, 1990. So this article starts in 1990. In 1990, there was still, or had just recently been, an East Germany. That was like the communist Germany, the poor Germany, where people did need to like actually get the f out of there. There was no life there. I mean, there was life. I mean, like no future meaning. Just to let y'all know, the source, the magazine name is Il Faro sul Mondo.it, Italian. In 1990, after it was found out that Ivana was carrying information about the United States elections to her father, media pressure forced her into separating from Donald Trump. That's Ivanka's mama. Epstein's master work was introducing Melania Trump to Donald Trump. I don't know if that's true. She said it isn't. Melania's story is a repetition of Donald Trump's first wife. Melania was discovered while under 12 and sold to communist Germany's security service called the Stasi. The Stasi station was in Dresden, former East Germany. That was their main headquarters, operated with KGB under Putin's direct supervision. They're saying Melania was purchased. This station was commissioned to train Melania. And while there, she learned how to speak Dutch. After acing in her training, Melania was directed by Stasi in 1986 to change her name from Melania, Melania, Knavs, Knavs, to Melania Knaus. Sounds more German and less Russian. The same year, she was 16 years old, she started modeling and working with a Slovenian photographer named Stane Jerko. After artificially registering in the University of Ljubljana, she immediately quit university and was sent to Italy under her Dutch name, the Melania Knaus. Continued her modeling career in Paris. Okay, same story as Ungaro, right? She was from Brazil, but they got her in Paris. Then from Paris to New York on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. In 1988, Melania signed a contract with a fashion magazine in Milan, in Italy. Where is Zampolli from? Italy. In 1992, the Jana magazine published Melania's photos where she was chosen as one of the something something. Should we just read this article? I kind of want to. I lost my place. I'm just trying to get back to my place where I was. Okay. Will it let me read it? Wow. This is confirming so many crazy conspiracy theories I had in my head and I didn't even say out loud because I don't want to get sued. Jeffrey Epstein, U.S. communist first. Jeffrey Epstein, U.S. communist, First Lady Melania's godfather, wiped out. Okay. Before I even read this article that I do not know what it says, please know I cannot substantiate any of this. It's a live investigation. It's a live show. I'm just reading articles. Okay. I don't know if any of this happened. But if it did, I need to start charging money for my psychic visions because, girl, didn't I literally say yesterday, like, is she a Russian? Is she a Russian? Didn't y'all hear me say that yesterday? Is she Russian? Jeffrey Epstein, U.S. communist First Lady Melania's godfather, wiped out. Jeffrey Epstein's record shows him as a human trafficker, dealer, Wall Street billionaire, fashion brand partner, and close friend to Trump. Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, the British Queen's son. This was, older article, I guess, written a while back. And Saudi princes have also been Epstein's partners in moral scandal cases. Regarding Jeffrey Epstein, whatever was his thing, whatever was, is a thing of the past. And he is no more existing. The only thing from Jeffrey Epstein existing in this world is his murder or suspicious suicide, which was carried out under the strictest watch. I do think this was translated from Italian, so the translation might be a little clunky. The forensic announced reason for death was sui blank, closing the case in the world forever. But is the black box of politicians' political and sexual crimes going to be buried with Jeffrey Epstein? The story of Jeffrey Epstein should be traced from his vital information about financial and moral corruption of politicians, including United States politicians, European politicians, and Saudi politicians. This is a long story, but the most sensitive part of his life, which has been overlooked, is his lobbying around the world over political and trade issues. Isn't that what Paulo Zampoli does? Isn't that what Nad Matosevic, who was on the Meet Ara team page, head of trade? Interesting. Most sensitive part of Epstein's life, according to this Italian article, which has been overlooked, is his lobbying around the world over political and trade issues, which included dealership and his alleged introducing of Melania to Donald Trump. Again, Melania denies this. She said that he did not introduce them. Epstein did not introduce them. Jeffrey Epstein had a team of human traffickers to identify beautiful girls, even under the age of 12. He used his ex-partner, Ghislaine Maxwell, and he would sell to security organs around the world the most talented of girls as prey, choosing their most beautiful ones to go to the United States, European, Russian, and some Arab politicians to have fun with. He would offer 12-year-old girls to top politicians, among which was Bill Clinton, too, in his own property on Epstein Island. This came to be known as a Group S Island. Again, I don't know if Bill Clinton purchased 12-year-olds, okay? I don't know if he purchased girls under the age of 12. That's what this article says. It's not providing any actual proof. I am just reading an article. These beautiful dolls would be strictly controlled in order to not tell secrets if they're not by the side. So when they leave the side of these, okay. So I think, again, this is Italian translated into English. It is a little bit weird how it's worded. It's a little clunky, but from what I can understand, what I think it's saying is, yeah, they were beautiful. Yeah, they were young. Yeah, they were from all over the world. Yeah, they were recruited. But specifically, one of the things that they needed to be really good at is because they were going to be around important people. They were going to be around, big wigs, elite, and they needed to know how to use discretion. That's kind of what I'm reading this to mean. These people are called brokers. It's important not to trample on the work people have already done. Yeah, I would never do such a thing. So surely you're not talking about me. Of course, venturing into the secrets of these voluptuaries would cost one's life. So you could die if you disclosed the secrets you learned hanging out with these pervs. Two British journalists, Jill Dando and Liz McKean, were unalived suspiciously while dealing with these issues. Epstein's team would carry out their lobbyism by offering young ones to security services to be used for multiple purposes. Okay, this is where we're going to start getting into honeypotting, I'm pretty sure. Some of them would undergo training and enter security services like black box security. Their most beautiful and genius models or girls would undergo training and then would be introduced to the fashion industry with the aim of bringing global fame for trade at the politicians' bordellos. Over various courses, these laborers who were being asked, would learn nasty things. I'm not reading that. Y'all can pause it. As well as meek. Oh my God. I'm not going to say who comes to mind here because I ain't trying to be getting sued. But anyone is free to use their free speech to talk about who comes to mind when I'm going to read the next part of this sentence. Over various courses, they would learn these S laborers, these honeypotters, they would learn S acts, disgusting, deplorable ones that maybe R. Kelly did. And they would learn slave-like manners before their masters and guests. Some of their brightest and most attractive ones would be shared by European presidents. Cecilia Siganer Albanese and Carly Bruni, Sarkozy's wives, as well as Julie Gayet, wife of Francois Hollande, former French presidents, were selected from among these models. Holy, do y'all remember? Put an 8 in the chat if you remember Cat Williams. That's the name, right? Cat Williams. Yes. On Shannon Sharp saying, if you behave, you get a racially ambiguous wife assigned to you. And why do they all look alike? Put an 8 in the chat. You remember that. So these French presidents 2 of them were issued wives just in this way, according to this Italian article. Ivana Zelnichkova, Ivana Trump, Trump's first wife ever. She also has some ties to the fashion business. Oh my God. Her father was a member of Czechoslovakia's intelligence service. Another freaking Lima. Ivan Yevrimovich. Before it was Serbia, it was Czechoslovakia, was it not? Then it turned into the Czech Republic. Yugoslavia, excuse me. It was Yugoslavia, excuse me. Got it wrong, my bad. Trump's first wife, Ivana, had ties to the fashion business too. Her father was a member of Czechoslovakia's intelligence service, another communist country, hello, and pushed Ivana into America's fashion market with directions from that service. So Ivana Trump, Trump's first wife, was pushed into the modeling agency service by the basically Czechoslovakia CIA. Ivana met Donald Trump in New York City in 1976 and married him a year later in 1977. In 1990, this is the screenshot we read, after it was found out that Ivana was carrying intelligence about United States elections to her father, who worked for the Czechoslovakia intelligence service, then there was media pressure that forced Ivana into separating from Donald Trump. Epstein's master work during his career was giving Trump another model to marry. Now, I'm going to keep saying it. Melania denies that this happened. She said she didn't get introduced by Epstein. But what's so hard to believe about Epstein made or asked Paulo to introduce Donald? I mean, maybe he effectively introduced them. I don't know. She says that he didn't. They met by chance at the Kit Kat Club that Paulo owned. Melania was discovered while under 12 and sold to East Germany's security service, Stasi. Okay, so East Germany Security Service was where Melania came from. Czechoslovakia Intelligence Service is where Ivana came from. According to this article, these are communist strongholds. The Stasi situation in Dresden, former East Germany, which was Stasi's main headquarters, operated with KGB, Russian KGB, under Vladimir Putin's direct supervision. Can we get a Russia in the chat? This is all the way back in 1990, 36 years ago. This station, this headquarters station, was commissioned to do one thing, or to do something, which was what? Train a young Melania. While she was there, she learned to speak Dutch. She aced her training, this military training, at the KGB affiliated East Germany Stasi station. That's a crazy allegations to be making. She apparently aced her training, and that's when they told her to stop spelling her name like this and start spelling it in this Dutch way. It's more Germanic rather than Slavic. The same year, she started modeling, working with a Slovenian photographer named Stane Jerko. This time, much like Amanda Ungaro, when she flew to the United States, Melania was 16. After artificially registering, so fraudulently is what they're kind of trying to imply here, at the University of Ljubljana, she immediately quit the university and was sent to Italy under her Dutch name, Melania Knaus, continuing her modeling career in Paris, and Milan. In 1988, she signed a contract with a fashion magazine in Milan. In 1992, the Jana magazine published Melania's photos, where she was chosen as one of the year's 3 top models. However, she failed in the final stage of the annual competition, and she became seized by depression. Now, during that same time, early 90s, Stefan Rowe, the owner of or co-owner of Link Campus University in Italy, and he was also in close relations with Russian intelligence services, early 90s. Also was Melania's covert agent in Italy and Paris. And for all I know, this is fan fiction, girl. I don't know. I'm just reading this article from this Italian article. Now, this guy, Stephen Rowe, who was in cahoots with Russian intelligence, according to this article, ended up introducing Melania to Paulo Zampoli. And through Paulo Zampoli, that's how Melania got introduced to Epstein. With the help of these people, Melania embarked to America. Zampoli had a fashion company with the name ID Models in New York, which we already talked about earlier in the live stream. He started fashion business and cooperation with Trump in 2008. He was also working with Trump's real estate Trump organization. That's Zampoli. They're still working together as of today. Now, Rowe was also a close friend of a man by the name of Joseph Mifsud, who himself also has close ties to Trump, Epstein, and Zampoli, so the web keeps webbing. But through Mifsud, Rowe introduced Melania to Trump as a project under the name Shining Diamond. Then, working with Zampoli, Epstein, and Mifsud led Melania to New York as part of the 1996 modeling community. Later, they applied for her green card as an elite person. I think there may be some clunky translations here, so I'm just going to kind of gloss over that. Before she married Trump, Melania had flown on board his personal jet. She appeared in ad photos, and she has many photos with her in the arms of Trump and Epstein. There are speculations about Melania Trump's relations with the KGB, which are true. So she's a Russian spy. I literally speculated, is she a Russian spy yesterday? Melania was known in Germany's Dresden, where Putin was the head of the headquarters. After Melania shook hands with Putin in Helsinki, Finland, during Trump's first meeting with Putin, Melania's fright went viral on media. Melania knows 6 languages, but she denies that she knows how to speak Russian. This is while she did the interpreter's job during Trump and... Is this true? There were no official interpreters at the meeting. She apparently shook hands with Putin. The first time Trump ever met Putin, Melania was there and she was the translator. This is news to me. On the sidelines of the G20 summit in Germany, Melania spent some time talking to Putin. The two of them talked for some considerable length on the sidelines of the summit without any in-between person. But Putin knows how to speak Dutch as well, so who knows? Maybe they were speaking Dutch. After Epstein died, Trump made his first threatening reaction to Epstein's death by citing a conspiracy theory over the role of Democrat leaders, including Bill Clinton. In the Epstein scandal, trying to prevent Democrat-minded press, as well as pre-election misuse against him over the Epstein suspicious death, and his ties with Melania. Mifsud is now disappeared, and Jeffrey is dead. Now, the lives of Melania Trump, Stephen Rowe, Zampoli, Maxwell, and George Papadopoulos, as well as people who were in this issue and have direct ties with Trump, face threats. Are these people going to be the future victims? To cover the whole story, the future will give the answer. Okay, well, that's interesting. Take it with a grain of salt. That could be fan fiction. I don't know. Those are just data points. Let's get back to this thread. He said the previous post also aligns with the story of Nadia Marcinko. Who's Nadia Marcinko? She is one of only 2 people in existence that Epstein left as benefactors to his estate. The story is Jeffrey bought her when she was having not yet reached the age all the way of up to the top. I have to put some words in the middle of this to confuse the you know what, because if you mention people's AGE, then it doesn't work. Over here, if you know, 15. Nadia Marcinko. Nadia Marcinko was also a pilot, like Ghislaine Maxwell. He posts this independent article. Who is Nadia Marcinko? Jeffrey Epstein's slave. She's missing, by the way. According to the Miami Herald, Marcinko visited Epstein more than 70 times when he was in Palm Beach custody. That was after his first conviction. In 2019, in written testimony given by Epstein's underage, you know what, starts with a V, ends with an ictums, Marcinko is also described as having encouraged and engaged in S acts with, illegal, sometimes involving certain types of toys. Moving on, in one account, Epstein told one victim that Marcinkova was his S slave. Remember, Jonathan Oddie also claimed to be an S slave for who? Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs. Epstein had allegedly, supposedly purchased her from her family in the former Yugoslavia, where Lima's ex-husband is from. Purchased Nadia. In September 2019, CNN stated that Marcinko could be considered a victim, or should be considered a victim rather than an accomplice. This guy said, this was back in August 2025. I started last week with Zampolli, he said, and I've noticed his Wikipedia was updated and is now sparse. Foreign media is where you can find some of the best stuff. Wait, that's not where it was. Okay. Just to add to the mystery, this is crazy. I had no idea what we were getting into when I started reading this thread. Just to add to the mystery, apparently Putin was also working undercover with the Stasi in 1985, 1 year before the Melania situation happened. This is the time Melania would have been in Dresden, as noted in that Italian news article a couple posts back. Look at the date at the bottom right corner. What is all this? It must be stamps. Ministerat der Deutschen Demokratischen Republik, Ministerium für Staatssicherheit. Putin, Vladimir. Okay, this is apparently his immigration card or whatever. So he was in East Germany. Here's an article about Putin and the Stasi. In 2017, Mr. Putin revealed that his work in the KGB involved illegal intelligence gathering. Speaking on Russian state TV, he said KGB spies were people with special qualities, special convictions, and a special type of character. A once top secret agreement between the KGB and the Stasi, seen by the BBC, shows that the KGB, this is Russian communist intelligence, had 30 liaison officers in East Germany who worked directly alongside the German intelligence. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov shrugged off the emergence of Mr. Putin's old Stasi card. The KGB and the Stasi were partner intelligence agencies. So you probably can't rule out an exchange of such identity cards. Here's a Univision article this guy, Anthony Andrews, found. Zampolli mentions Melania modeling in Germany. Very cute, very serious. I asked if she wanted to come work in New York, and she said, I already worked several years here in Europe, in Germany, in France, and Milan. Interesting, they leave out the Germany part in a lot of these articles. They always say France, Milan, Paris, Milan. This is the first time I'm hearing about Germany. Here's the Univision article, or an excerpt of it. While Melania walked the catwalks of Europe in the mid-90s, Zampolli was seeking models for his agency in New York, mid-90s. He interviewed Melania in Milan. Very cute, very serious. I asked if she wanted to come work in New York. She said, I already worked several years here in Europe, in Germany, and France, and Milan. I'd love to try a new market. It's my dream, the American dream. Zampolli remembered her telling him. He not only helped her make the leap to the catwalks of the United States and obtained her work visa, ding, 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 but he also introduced her to Donald Trump. Ching, cha-ching, 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 cash register sound in 1998. He says, for the record, let me stop and be clear. The info I'm finding is all publicly available. I just happen to know how to dig and where to look. Melania spending time in Germany is big news, and it's gone unreported in the United States. But I have found 2 separate articles discussing this, and it is quoting Paulo Zampoli. So when Trump entered the White House, he goes on, Paulo was a regular visitor. He attended most Christmas, most New Year's, and 4th of July events with the Trumps, either there at the White House or at Mar-a-Lago. He is considered one of Melania's closest and oldest friends. Okay. Here's 2018. There's Amanda Ungaro. There is Melania standing next to Paulo. Happy New Year from Mar-a-Lago, President Trump. In Florida, Amanda, Paulo, Melania, Trump, again, sitting at the same table. Happy New Year from Mar-a-Lago, 2017. Trump, Melania, no Amanda, but there's Paulo, 2017. This is 9 years ago. Next year, 4th of July, again, no Amanda, but we do have Melania, Trump, Paulo, and then Giovanni. Think Trump's Kennedy Center will be all Kid Rock and MMA? You haven't met Paulo Zampoli, a modeling agency honcho turned real estate player. He spent years pushing for Trumpian upgrades to DC's marble temple of high culture. I keep losing my spot. They keep pushing me up thread. Okay. In 2016, after the election, just prior to leaving office, Trump appointed 2016 after the election, but just prior to leaving office, Trump got voted into office in 2016. So I really don't think maybe just prior to leaving office, Trump appointed Zampolli to the board of trustees of the Kennedy Center. He has big plans to franchise it and put a Cipriano's on the top floor. Most politicos were turned off by Zampoli's over-the-top personality. He is known for taking photos with everyone of importance and posts on 2 separate Instagram accounts. Here are some of the more notables. The one with the current mayor of DC was posted 2 days ago. This was in August. And more. So just giving some pictures of him. I think that's Netanyahu's son or something right there. Okay, anyway. Once Trump retook the White House, Zampolli was appointed as United States Special Representative for Global Partnerships, a similar role to the one he had with the Trump Organization 20 years ago. But now he's doing it officially. By all accounts, Melania Trump's life for a handful of years from 15 to 19 are widely unknown, as indicated in this thread. So from the time that she was 15 to 19, we don't really know what was going on with Melania Trump. The Germany connection is highly interesting, considering it appears to have been hidden and is during these missing years. There's Paulo when he was much younger. Oh boy. So 3 hours in, he says, here's where things get really interesting. As you've read, I've outlined a comprehensive timeline and correlating accounts of the business and personal relationships of Epstein, Trump, Zampolli, Melania, and Ghislaine. And this clearly goes back decades. He says, but who is Brina Knaus? You decide or find the answer. Who is Brina? Probably Sabrina, if I had to guess. This guy said, I have spent a week now looking into her career and background. It all was inspired by my first search of Paulo Zampoli. She just popped up. I thought it was odd enough to start digging, and lo and behold, she's a former girl band model and internationally acclaimed DJ. Okay, Brina Knaus. He said, hold on. This is where it gets more interesting. In 2019, Paulo posted and tagged Brina in a picture with her on his Instagram. And in 2016, just 3 years before that, Brina posted and tagged Zampolli on her Instagram. So they were tagging each other on each other's Instagram. There's zero coincidences in Trump world except the one mentioned earlier. Okay, the Trumps buying that the modeling agency. with Slovenian superstar, so she's Slovenian, DJ Brina Knaus at Wall. Oceans are shark. Brina Knaus, Elon's birthday party. He goes on, because the question is, who is this lady? He said there's practically zero history to be found about Brina prior to her becoming famous. No parent info in any news article or bio. She was born on October 20th, 1985. Melania would have been 15 at the time and living 39 minutes from where Brina was born. Melania was born 40 minutes from home. The earliest reference to Brina in the news is from her playing on national youth basketball team at 16 years old. She was in a girl band called BBT. She left to move to, again, Milan. Where's Paulo from? Milan. It is believed Zampolli met her in Milan during her model years, and then she later got into DJing. Here's Brina. Who is Brina Knaus? The mystery surrounding her history only adds more questions as I look. She appears to have been well financed from the very beginning. Her birth aligns with the missing Melania years, and her quick rise to stardom also appears to be questionable. Unless, of course, she had hidden connections. Someone said, since you brought this up, I can't stop thinking about how Brina Knaus looks just like Epstein. Well, a combo of Epstein and Melania Knaus. Did he have a kid with her at 15? Again, this is just a question, a theory. I'm not saying he did, but holy shit. Now that you mention it. I'm going to just leave that one there. He said, oh, well, I forgot to add. Zampoli's ex, here we come, Amanda Ungaro. Put an 8 in the chat if Amanda Ungaro is watching these live streams from Brazil. That's what I want to know. I also forgot to add, Zampoli's ex and the mother of his child, Amanda Ungaro, was arrested in June in South Florida with a man for conducting an unlicensed cosmetic procedure business, cosmetic procedures. No wonder all those Mar-a-Lago ladies look crazy. Info is also difficult to find on this recent story. Okay, so this we talked about yesterday in yesterday's live stream. He ended up being able to get out, but she got deported. He said, hold on, I feel the need to point out. Oh my God, this is the craziest thread. And he has lots of these threads, different topics, different rabbit holes. He said, I feel the need to point out that during this time frame, Epstein also had direct ties to the CIA. Hello. And events surrounding the Iran-Contra, which have evolved and continued to this day. In the early 90s, he convinced Southern Air Transport to move to Ohio, which is Les Wexner's home base, and carry cargo for Les Wexner's limited company. Okay, cargo with a capital C. Here is an excerpt from a screenshot. As the logistics man for Wexner, Jeffrey Epstein arranged the arrival of Southern Air Transport to Rickenbacker Air Force Base. They were using Air Force bases for the military, for the Air Force. The airline, formerly Air America, was infamous as an illegal gun and drug running operation. This is reminding me of Transcontinental Airlines. Remember that? Lou Pearlman, the cargo was boys. Allegedly. So Southern Air Transport, formerly Air America, filed for bankruptcy in Columbus on October 1st, 1998, the same year that Melania met Donald Trump, by the way. But October 1st, 1998 was also the exact same day that the Southern Air Transport, formerly known as Air America, filed for bankruptcy. October 1st, 1998, exact same day. The CIA Inspector General issued a report linking the cargo hauler to allegations of drug running in connection with U.S.-backed Contra rebels in Nicaragua in the 80s. So the news broke and the company goes bankrupt on the same day. Additionally, hedge funds sure seem to be key to a lot of the money stuff. Illumine Investments comes to my mind. Ivan Yurimovich. Anyway, hedge funds. I don't know what a hedge fund is. The same thing as an investment fund? Somebody tell me. Sure seem to be key to a lot of the money stuff. Epstein had control of disgusting amounts of money. Remember, he wouldn't take a client if it was less than $1 billion net worth of the client. 700 million wasn't enough. He said, no, the account's not big enough. So if he even had 15 clients, he was pulling in like almost 100 million a year. Probably. That we talked about that yesterday. Wexner even granted Jeffrey Epstein power of attorney to make decisions for him regarding the limited brands. The majority of CIA front companies are air transport. Oh my God. The majority of CIA front companies are air transport companies. Then there's also DIN Corp. I don't know how else I can put this together any clearer than I have. But just look up DIN Corp yourself. It's spelled DYNCORP, all one word. He said, read every word of every screenshot below. Will do. There's Lindsey Graham. The sitting senator deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan 19 times. Eric D. Prince, a founder of the private security firm Blackwater Worldwide, so security firm, and Stephen A. Feinberg, a billionaire financier, so same job as Jeffrey Epstein, who owns the giant military contractor DIN Corp International, have developed proposals to rely on contractors instead of American troops in Afghanistan. At the behest of Steve Bannon, Mr. Trump's chief strategist, so they wanted cell swords. Also at the behest of Jared Kushner. Holy shit. Senior advisor and Trump son-in-law, according to People Briefed. Jeffrey Epstein, CIA, and DIN Corp, military contractor involved in child trafficking. I've seen several posts over the last several days of people finding out Epstein was working with or for the CIA. That's good. Let's dive in. Epstein was working with the U.S. government and the CIA and apparently DIN Corp, according to this one tweet. Oh my God. Holy sh! Tucker Carlson. Oh my God. Y'all know about the Bachabazi boys? Have y'all heard about the Bachabazi boys? Wow. This is crazy. This is crazy. They called all this conspiracy theories. 2017, this is a 2023 tweet. They're referencing something that happened in 2017. Allegations exist that DIN Corp employees procured child you-know-what to entertain Afghan officials. There were concerns that lives could be in danger if news leaked that police trainers working for DIN Corp hired dancing boys to perform for them. Oh my God, she looks so much like Melania. Her last name is Knaus. Yikes. The guy said, I definitely can't leave out Tucker MFN Carlson. Below, he was hanging out with DIN Corp mercenaries. And what were these mercenaries again? What's a mercenary? A sellsword. Did you ever watch the Game of Thrones? You know how there's those so-called sellswords? The people who, they are not actually, citizens or nationals of a certain group or a nation, but you could purchase, they were like professional armies. People who are good at war, soldiers. You basically like contract a company that can get the soldiers to do the war for you because you can't recruit. So that's called like a mercenary. Below, Tucker Carlson was hanging out with the Den Corp mercenaries. I'm curious how old he was in this picture and why he was there. This is from 2024. I guess this is supposed to be Tucker. It looks nothing like him. He must have been very young. Just your normal everyday photo of Tucker Carlson hanging out with child Den Corp mercenaries. Now, all these people are innocent until proven guilty. I don't know if any of this is true. This is a live, just like Twitter thread reading. Let's not get carried away. But I'm feeling all kind of connections about to pop up. Melania apparently spricht Deutsch. I don't know if I conjugated that right. Ich spreche nur ein bisschen Deutsch. I learned it in college. My history is extremely trackable and traceable. But apparently Melania also speaks German, but it's noted she doesn't speak English very well. Sometimes you have to get creative with searches. Definitely look for the foreign articles. This guy, Anthony Andrews, said, I've started doing web searches in various languages using Translate. Work smarter and harder. What are the 5 languages? Is it 7 languages? Is it 9 languages? Is it 6? I keep hearing all kind of different numbers for how many languages Melania speaks. But this article says Melania speaks 5. Serbian, okay. Slovenian, German, English, Serbian, and French. However, her English is not fluent. She has a very strong accent, which may explain why she rarely appears in public for election campaigns. Could this also explain why she borrowed parts of her speech at the Republican National Convention from Michelle Obama? Could it explain why that speech, she said it was a tribal email and there was all kinds of lies calculating on social media? Simple searches, just be creative. Did you know Kimball Musk, Elon's brother, dated one of Epstein's girls who he had previously forced into a same-sex marriage for the other woman to get citizenship? He said, I have those receipts too. Okay, let's read them. The main connection between Jeffrey and Yugoslavia relates to Nadia Marchenko, an alleged co-conspirator of Epstein's who's accused of exploiting. An alleged co-conspirator of Epstein. Let me start over. My brain is just spinning. The main connection between Jeffrey Epstein and Yugoslavia, which is now Serbia, relates to Nadia Marchenko. This is an alleged co-conspirator who Epstein is accused of also exploiting. So she's kind of a co-conspirator. She's kind of a victim. It's kind of like one of those gray areas. Earlier reports incorrectly stated that she was from the former Yugoslavia, though she actually isn't. She was born in Eastern Czechoslovakia, which is now just known as Slovakia. She was the one that was supposedly the Yugoslavian, slave. And the crazy thing is the word slave comes from Slav. Like, this is a people who has been historically enslaved. According to a 2006 police report, Epstein told a victim he had purchased Marchenko from her family in the former Yugoslavia to be his slave. Correction on origin. In 2019, a journalist, Philip Weiss, who had reported the Yugoslavia claim in 2007, and later CNN corrected the record. So like over 10 years later, 12 years later, it gets corrected. She's not from Yugoslavia. She's from Slovakia. Her father also denied that she was bought. Well, yeah, why would he admit he sold his daughter? That would be crazy. Allegations of involvement. Victims and prosecutors identified Marchenko as a potential co-conspirator who participated in Group S with Epstein, and illegal civil lawsuits also allege that he participated in S abuse, etc., etc. Oh, they keep kicking me up thread. The broader Wait, according to reports, Epstein brought Marchenko to the United States in 2001. This is right around the time Amanda Ungaro was also brought. Is this like a flock? Just a fleet of Eastern European models? And where is Lima Yevrimovich actually from? That's what I want to know. Epstein brought Marchenko to the U.S. in 2001. The S-slave allegedly paid for her entry into the country using a model visa. Here we go again with the model visas. She later became a pilot and flew on Epstein's private jet. While the Yugoslavia link is specifically to Nadia Marchenko, it was based on false reporting. Epstein did have other connections to Eastern Europe in general in his ST operation. First of all, a former bookkeeper for a modeling agency that Epstein invested in testified that the financier paid for multiple young girls from Eastern Europe to come to the United States on model visas. Epstein also allegedly arranged for members of his entourage to enter into fraudulent marriages to allow Eastern European women to stay in the country and evade immigration laws. There's also Russia connections. Other associates, including a Russian model and a publicity agent, were connected to Epstein and his bank, Deutsche Bank. They failed to flag transactions involving them. Then there's the MIT scandal. Epstein also brought 2 Eastern European models to the MIT Media Lab in 2015, which reportedly raised concerns among some of the MIT staff about the women's well-being. Simple searches. Elon's brother Kimball dated one of Epstein's girls. One of the girls who was previously forced into a woman-woman marriage for the other woman to gain citizenship, ? Wow. Somebody asked a question on the thread. When did Melania first meet Epstein and who introduced them? Anthony said, good question. There is no definitive answer. Likely through Zampolli. Early in her career when she came to the U.S., he was known to source Eastern European girls since the 80s, so anything is possible. Okay. Like I told y'all, that was one thread of the many links that I had, so I'm just going to keep it moving. There's more threads. Okay. That one, just to remind y'all, the beginning of the thread, and that was from August. This is the thread every single person needs to read to the end. Well, we just did it. Here's another thread. Oh, no, this is an article, rather. This article explains a ton how they were playing the system with visas. It's a Bloomberg article. I'm turning on the reader view. Oh, great. Behind a paywall. Epstein's girlfriend married a woman. This shows how he gamed immigration. The S-offender used student visas. Oh, hey, I just applied to Harvard. English language courses and sham marriages to make sure women in his orbit stayed where he wanted them. Wow, this came out 2 months ago, February 2026. In early 2013, Epstein's girlfriend, Karina Shuliak, was stressed about her United States visa status. Later that year, she married an American citizen and her worries were gone. Do you know who also married an American citizen right as their visa was about to expire? Justin Bieber. Justin Bieber. Who is Justin Bieber's wife? Hailey Bieber. Who is Hailey Bieber's mom? A famous model. I'm looking where she's born. Boston. Fine. She's English, French, Canadian, German, Irish, and Slovak. I just thought of this off the top of my head. Okay. The web's all over my head. All right. So remember when Justin Bieber said he is pretty sure he's in an arranged marriage? This is his mother-in-law. This is a mother-in-law. Isn't it? Not Haley Baldwin's mama? I get the two Baldwins mixed up. Let me just make sure. Who is Haley Baldwin mama? Kenya. So that's her aunt. I get those Baldwins mixed up. My bad. Kenya Baldwin. Kenya. Guess where Kenya Baldwin is from? Take a guess. Brazil. Same place as Amanda Ungaro. She's over there right now after being deported. I don't know why I have this like Justin Bieber arranged marriage tingle. All about Haley's famous parents, Kenya and Stephen Baldwin. Haley Bieber deeply admires her parents. Stephen and Kenya married in 1990 and have been together for over 30 years. In 1993, they welcomed their first daughter named Alea. That was going to be my name. That was one option for my name, Alea. Haley completed the family when she was born 1996, the year Donald Trump met Melania. I just like to keep track of what was all going on at the same time. Stephen is an actor. Kenya is a graphic designer whose father is a musician. So this is Nepo. The two sisters occasionally made red carpet appearances, but Haley told Fashion Magazine in 2017 she had a laid-back suburban childhood. Okay. So maybe a dead end with the Justin Bieber thing, but something is feeling like something's going on with those Baldwins and these Slovaks. Sorry, I'm just feeling it. Anyway, okay, so back to this article. In 2013, Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend, Karina Shuliak, was stressed out about her United States visa status. She didn't want to get deported. Later that year, she married an American citizen and her worries were gone. A green card followed, and in 2018, she finally got citizenship. Then she divorced her spouse, a woman named Jennifer, who had actually been in a relationship with Elon Musk's brother. How did Elon Musk's brother introduce this lady? Or meet this lady, sorry. How did Elon Musk's brother Kimball meet Jennifer Epstein? Who's Jennifer? She had married Epstein's girlfriend, same-sex marriage, so that she could get a green card. That's what's going on. So the girlfriend could get a green card. Wow. Okay. It sucks that is behind a paywall, but it is. And I have more things in this category of immigration and stuff like that anyway. So here's another thread from our boy, Anthony. Take a look at this short thread. Okay, this is from March 29th, so about 2 weeks ago. Still, he made this thread before all the Zampolli and Amanda Ungaro stuff hit the news, before Melania's speech by weeks. Okay, I feel like I'm in immigration class. I did take immigration in law school. To procure a so-called HB1 visa, you need $20,000. Is it HB1 or H1B? Visa. It's H1B. He's saying HB1. And what is a HB1 or H1B visa? Real quick. H1B visa. Okay. H1B visa is a non-immigrant, employer-sponsored visa for foreign professionals in specialty occupations. Specialty occupations. These require a bachelor's degree or higher. It's commonly used for fields like technology and engineering, offering an initial 3-year stay. The process involves a competitive, lottery-based registration in March with high demand and strict regulatory requirements. It ain't just any and everybody. They call this thing an Einstein visa, I guess. What is a specialty occupation? It must require theoretical or technical expertise, such as in IT, engineering, or medicine. The beneficiary must hold a United States bachelor's degree or equivalent or higher. Importantly, a United States employer must sponsor you. You need a sponsor. And so the United States-based employer has to fill out these forms with the USCIS. Prevailing wage employers must pay at least the higher of the actual wage or the prevailing wage. So you can't like bring people over here and then underpay them. And it is still based on a lottery system. Annual cap of 65,000 visas. Every year, only 65,000. Now, there's many ways to gain legal entry into the United States. One is the F1 visa. That's the supposed fiance visa, the 90-day fiance. You got 90 days to get married. There's the HB1 visa. Or F1 might be student visa, actually. There's student visas. There's marriage visas. There's all kinds of different ways to get a green card, to get a visa, and ultimately to become a United States citizen if you want to. But this is just one. And this one way is a specialty occupation, employment-based, employer-sponsored visa. It's a very specific type of visa called H-1B. You have to be in a certain field. I think this may also apply to law, like lawyers. You have to have gone to school and gotten a bachelor's degree in the United States. And so you do see the student visa, I think that's the F1, turning into HB1. And what's his name? I think it was Nick Shirley or Tyler Oliveira, or one of them recently did a video about this where they say, there supposedly is like a rampant fraud going on with this, because what will happen is people come here, go to United States universities knowing they're never going back to their country. They're going to stay in the United States. They're going to get one of those HB1 visas and then the H1B visas. And then the H1B visa ends up being offered to them, whatever. So we're talking about those visas. I don't think every time somebody's got an H1B visa, they some type of fraud. Okay. Sometimes we really do need like specialty workers to come over here and work. It's a lottery system, and it specifically requires a specialty occupation. Got it? Got it. So back to this thread. To procure an H-1B visa, it's $20,000. And I think that the employer, the boss, the company, has to pay the 20. Melania spent months in the United States on a tourist visa. If you are in the United States as a tourist or a student, you are not permitted to work. You cannot work. According to this screenshot in his Twitter thread, Melania broke the law. She worked while she was on a tourist visa. She's supposed to be touring. She ain't supposed to be working. Then, so she worked illegally doing, quote, modeling jobs until she happened to earn $20,000. You know who else did modeling jobs? Dahlia and Dia Takali. They were on Model Mayhem. Anyway, then Paulo Zampoli helped Melania get an H-1B visa. The problem here, that requires a bachelor's degree, which Melania doesn't have. Okay, so let's read this screenshot. The H-1B visa is a non-immigrant visa. We already read this. Requirements include a job offer. You have to be offered a job in a relevant field. Relevant, not irrelevant. In a relevant field. The employer has to sponsor you. You have to do a labor condition application certified by the Department of Labor, and you have to file a USCIS petition. The visa is subject to annual caps, $65,000 a year, and then $20,000 for master's degrees, and also is a lottery system. We read the specialty occupation, beneficiary qualifications. You must hold a U.S. bachelor's degree or higher. Or for an equivalent. I thought it had to be a U.S. in the specialty, or possess experience and training equivalent to it. Employer requirements. Employer must pay at least the actual wage. Location. The job must be specified, as the visa is not for general work. This is not a visa where it's like, I want to work in the United States. I want to go apply for a job. No, you have to already have a job offer. And it's just, look, hey, I'm the employer. I want, so-and-so, we'll say John Doe from Ireland or whatever, to come over here. Could be Ireland, could be India, could be China. A lot of these end up coming from Asian countries, but could be anybody from anywhere. I definitely know some folks that have come from Romania on, different visas, whatever. So the employer has to say, I have a job. I will sponsor them. I will pay the sign-up fee. I will make sure they're paid a wage. Can't bring people over here, pay them $2 an hour, and then they can't afford to live. Now they're riding on our system. No, this is an employee visa for employees. It's got to be very specific. You got to have a location they're going to work. You have to, and a lot of times you have to show that there's no qualified Americans that'll take the job. You have to put the job listing up. Lip syncing is fine for some people and not for some. If you are having lip syncing problems, make sure you maybe turn the quality of the video down, like from HD to maybe 720. That seems to sometimes help. So to acquire one of these visas, they're calling it an Einstein visa because Einstein had a visa to be in the United States because he was a theoretical physicist. So these are visas that are supposed to be for people that are so bright, intelligent, and needed on these forefront occupations. We just got to have them here. And there's nobody here that can do it. Lawyers, though, often find loopholes that allow applicants to be in a small pool of similar applicants, such as a specialized job. In Melania's case, hers was model, but her gigs were far from super, and they were anything but extraordinary. So they were not, they were just, she didn't have any specific, ooh, we need her. It's an employment-based visa for people with extraordinary abilities in certain fields. Wait. Is the H-1B visa the same thing as an Einstein visa? I think we might have missed that here. The visa is named after Albert Einstein. It's EB-1. Okay, so obviously I'm not an expert here. Okay, if you were expecting expert, I'm not. I took one class in law school on immigration, and it was years and years ago. I don't remember. So there's two different types of visas we're talking about here. The H-1B visa, that's a non-immigrant visa. That's just to come over here and work. Then you have the EB-1A visa. That's the Einstein visa. It's so crazy because Einstein and Epstein look so much alike when you read them, like the names. An employment-based immigrant visa is this Einstein visa. This is for like Albert Einstein. You had to be like a theoretical physicist. It's named after him, who came over as a part of Project Paperclip, but let's not get too far into that. He was fleeing Nazi Germany, supposedly. The EB-1A visa, the Einstein visa, it starts with an E, that's how we can remember it, is a subcategory of the EB-1 visa. The EB-1 visa is a first preference employment-based visa category that leads to permanent residency in the United States or a green card. The EB-1A, the Einstein visa, is for people who have achieved national or international acclaim in the following fields: science, arts. This is how they can traffic famous people. Hello. They make them famous, and then they have reached international infamy. Oh my God. It all just clicked. They make them famous. Then they're famous. Now there's a special loophole for your Einstein visa. EB-1A is a subcategory. It leads to a permanent residency or green card. It is for people who have already achieved national or international acclaim in the following: science, arts, education, business, and athletics. Sports and entertainment are in here. Hello? Put a 9 in the chat if you're still with me. Now, the thread goes on. There is no public record of Melania Trump's immigration papers. Information I've found shows attorney Michael Wilds reviewed her paperwork and said everything is in order for the public. Huh? He wasn't her immigration lawyer. I believe, this guy says, Anthony Andrews says, that was Arda Biscardes, who's frequent in the files. Okay, so he was the mayor of Inglewood, whatever. Biscardes has a law. Holy Tennessee, Lou Taylor is just creeping and lurking right around the corner. I feel it. She's so close. She's so close. Sports entertainment. She's so close. She worked as an accountant at Arthur Andersen. She worked for the Davimos family, who was in the payola stuff with radio. She was originally based in she originally is from New York, Epstein, Diddy. And then she ended up in Palm Beach. She founded the Palm Beach Christian Chamber of Commerce. But then she ends up in Brentwood, Tennessee, then Nashville, Tennessee, and then LA. This was Britney Spears' manager. What did Britney Spears, business manager, what does Britney Spears compare her treatment to during the unconstitutional conservatorship? Sex trafficking. Okay. Lou Taylor is so close to all of this. I feel it. All roads do lead to clowns, but Lou Taylor being a clown ends up led to. You scared me when you yelled her name. I thought we got her. I feel like we're going to get her so soon. I've always, haven't y'all put a 1-1 in the chat? We're back to 1-1. Put a 1-1 in the chat if you've always just kind of felt like the Epstein and Lou Taylor Webbs are just going to crash into each other one day. Maybe it's wishful thinking. But I've always just felt that feeling. I'm actually very surprised I haven't found the smoking gun yet. It's been years I've had this feeling. Anyway, who's Biscardes? Let's remember. This guy is like, look, the public information about Melania's immigration doesn't really exist. He said, I think her immigration lawyer was Arda Biscardes. He's not sure for sure, but he's like, this Arda Biscardes person was in the Epstein files a lot. This person has a law license in New York and Tennessee and was barred from practicing law for a year. Not to be confused with barred to practice law. Tennessee is where Lou Taylor's husband owns a church. And you know what else they own through the church? The church has an orphanage in Haiti. Lac Tulum. Yep. The Epstein case mails show he procured Bisas, maybe that's Biscardes, for Karina Shuliak, who's a beneficiary. Remember, Karina is the other beneficiary of Epstein's. She's the inheritor, the heir of Epstein's money, one of them. This Biscardes lawyer, who we think, according to this guy's thread, we're thinking might have been Melania's immigration lawyer. So this guy has license to practice law in New York, license to practice law in Tennessee, but was barred from practicing law for a year. Epstein case mails show that he procured Bisas, I don't know if that's the lawyer, for Karina, who is a beneficiary of Jeffrey Epstein's estate. He also handles visas for Giselle. Giselle was an elite model management. Also Pele, Boy George, and more. So let's read the screenshot he puts up here. Mehmet Arda Biscardes, a New York-based immigration lawyer linked to Jeffrey Epstein and his network, provided services for various women, including filing for O-1 visas for individuals in fashion, arts, and public relations. No. Notably, he assisted Svetlana Shuliak with a family-based green card in 2014 through 15. He filed a failed O-1B visa application for a Turkish rock musician. And he was an immigration lawyer for the Epstein network. He was used by Epstein's circle to file petitions for women in fashion, modeling, communications, and art curation. Here's an email from the Epstein files. Leslie Groff, who I believe is one of the personal assistants of Jeffrey Epstein, please call Arda. Here's another Jeffrey Epstein email. Arda Biscardes. Confirmed. From beginning to end, according to this thread from March 29th, before any of this stuff started to kick off, Melania's immigration story is full of illegal actions. Now, I'm not saying this. I'm not accusing anyone of any crimes. I have no idea how immigration works. I'm not an expert. She might have done all of this stuff legally. And a lot of times, all of this stuff is done legally because they can just hire lawyers who know how to do it the legal way. They have all these companies, they have all these connections. They can do it legally. They don't have to do it illegally. But this guy is clearly very, very well researched, and he's saying it was illegal. So, I'm not saying it was. I'm reading a thread. In 2016, Trump promised on the campaign trail that Melania would do a press conference in 2 weeks. The press conference never occurred. He said, I have zero doubt. This is his opinion. I'm not even saying it's my opinion. I'm reading a tweet. But he says, I have zero doubt Melania Trump is illegally in the United States. And then he says, deport Melania. Somebody said, she's a college dropout. The guy who wrote the thread said, I think she's a high school dropout. And look, my daddy was a high school dropout. That don't bother me, not none. But if you're coming over here on a visa that requires a college degree, you ought to have one. Okay. Now, interestingly, Paulo was also looking for a job for Amanda. So do y'all remember yesterday when we were talking about, let me go back to my web. Put a 2-2 in the chat if y'all appreciate the webbing. Okay. Let's recalibrate. Remember we looked at this section of the web yesterday? I have moved it from where it was, but this section moved all together and we looked at a few different things. Remember this one? Jonathan Farkas, who's the husband of a United States ambassador, Summers Farkas. That's in 2026. But what about 10 years ago in 2016? Summers Farkas was coming to work for Melania. Needed a job, right? Thinks between us, she needs a job. Thinks she might be going to work for Melania. It's kind of like all these I need a job stuff. What about over here when Jeffrey Epstein was promising people modeling gigs and jobs? Oh, was that for modeling visas? I don't know. Okay. But this Farkas thing is like, oh, Melania might be Summers might be going to work for Melania. Even to this very day, Summers Farkas is the United States ambassador. Where's she from? Let me look it up. Maybe she's American. Maybe it don't matter. Crazy. What are these models doing being United States ambassadors? That's like, it's almost starting to be like, how could they be anything else other than like spies, foreign operatives? She was from Virginia. Okay, so shout out to her. At least she's an American. And when I say at least she's American, I'm not saying, oh, thank God we need more Americans or only Americans can be this, although I do think it is kind of strange. I'm saying, is this immigration fraud? No, it's not, because she was a model. American entrepreneur, philanthropist, socialite, and model who has served as the United States ambassador to Malta since last year. She used to apparently, allegedly, I guess, work for Melania 10 years ago. Okay. So, with that in mind, here's our boy, Anthony Andrews, again. He says, in 2012, Paulo Zampoli mocked his baby mama. I don't know if she was actually the baby mama yet. Their son is 15. It's 2016 right now. So yeah, maybe the baby was just born young, just now born. In 2012, Paulo mocked his eventual, or at the time, baby mama in an email. Anthony Andrews, the guy we've been reading his tweets, he said, I have audio of him recently mocking her about telenovelas. Okay, so here's the 2012 email. Sarah, Amanda does not have interest to work at the UN. Please suggest sites where she can find a job. Oh, Paulo was looking for a job for his baby mama. Was that for so to make sure she could have a visa? He said, Sarah, can you find a job? Or maybe there is something like an expert on telenovela critics. So she's Brazilian. I'm sure there is a lot of knowledge and dedicated time, but the good news, she wants to make money. Also, let's find her a job that gives her a visa, as the ambassador will revoke her visa. She didn't want to work at the UN, and I wonder why. What was she being asked to do? You know they call anything. You know they call a pornography production a photo shoot now. Did y'all know that? Oh, I'm going to go shoot with so-and-so. Yeah, you're going to film yourself having relations, and usually like extreme and deplorable types of relations on a camera. Okay. So that's where he's trying to get a visa for her. Can you get me a job, maybe a telenovela critic, so I can get my girl a visa? Here's Paulo again. 2 days before tax day in the U.S., when federal income tax returns are due, Paulo from Italy with a sham job as Trump's ambassador. I don't know. He might be an American citizen now. I don't know what his immigration status is, but wouldn't that be crazy if he also was just over here on this sham visa? I don't know if he is. He might already be like American, naturalized or whatever it's called, citizen. Is seen or naturalized. I don't know what it is, girl. Is seen in this email scheming about how to avoid paying taxes. Sorry, tax the rich. This is an email shared with me showing how in 2011, this is another one from our boy Anthony. In 2011, Paulo was manipulating Amanda for his personal interests regarding her immigration status. As they say, follow the money. I know doing so with Paulo will reveal decades of fraud. He didn't want to marry her and lose 50%. Let's read the email. Oh, it's from my birthday, 2011. I turned 21 this day, my 21st birthday. He sent this email. He said, so from Paulo to Paulo, subject, U.S. residency. I have been trying to explain to Amanda that she should not be a U.S. resident for tax reasons. As you may know, I am a United Nations high-level diplomat, but unfortunately, as an American citizen, I do not benefit of any courtesy. Please, can we get the American diplomats to actually be able to type a sentence in English real quick? Jesus. He does say, importantly, he is an American citizen. He said, I asked my prime minister, well, if he's an American citizen, then why would he have a prime minister? We don't have those over here. He said, I asked my prime minister to make Amanda an attaché to the mission. The appointment did not arrive yet. So, as you know, my only interests are to protect my son, Giovanni's future, as we are working on some major deals. We need to think very carefully on this, not to lose 50% of possible income. This is a serious decision for the future, and it should be addressed with the proper legal minds. If Amanda becomes a green card holder, she will lose all diplomat benefits and tax benefits. Okay, I don't understand enough about taxes to really know what's going on, but just upon reading that, it seems a little shady. Okay, but again, a lot of this stuff can be as shady as it feels, but it's still legal. And so very important, I just want to disclaim, I'm not saying he's doing anything legally wrong. Okay, so here's another thread. I don't know if it's as long as the other one, but I wanted to go over it. This is from November 2025. 5 months ago. Again, this was way before any of this stuff broke in the last week. Anthony Andrews, again, on the case. He said Fox, like Fox News, is recognizing Melania as Patriot of the Year. There is public info that points to the fact that Melania was groomed from a young age as a red sparrow. This is not hyperbole. In the late 80s, she may have been training in East Germany while Putin was working for the East German communists. Okay, what is a red sparrow? Is that like a Russian spy? Holy shit. I'm glad I'm doing this live I'm glad I'm doing this live because y'all get to see my real reactions. Okay. Red Sparrow. The title signifies a red, meaning Russian, agent trained in honeypot espionage techniques. Put a 3-3 in the chat. If you already remember, one of the first episodes I ever did on the live show, we talked about honeypots. Specialized intelligence agent. A sparrow, any color sparrow, a so-called sparrow, is a professionally trained operative. This is bringing all kind of questions about these Takali Abramoviches up in my mind. I'm just going to put that there and leave it. A sparrow is a professionally trained operative, often a femme fatale. Oh my God. Who uses manipulation, and intelligence to gather information for Russian security services. The Sparrow School depicts a training facility based on reported Cold War era practices where recruits are taught to weaponize their bodies. This sounds like Erica Kirk. Come to think of it, she's a little square-headed. Wait, who else got a square head looking like a honeypot? Lauren Bezos, Sanchez Bezos. Huh. And now I'm remembering Cat Williams saying you get assigned a wife. Now I'm remembering Justin Bieber saying that he had an arranged marriage. I don't know, girl. I don't know what's going on over here. Okay, I'm just reading Google. Now, it is based on a movie. A spy thriller. The Red Sparrow. That's crazy. Former member of the CIA advised the production on depicting the spies based on historic Soviet sexpionage and contemporary Russian use of kompromat. Filming took place in Hungary, Slovakia, and Austria. Guess where JD Vance was last week? A week ago yesterday. Hungary. Guess who was with him on the plane and in all the pictures walking off the plane off Air Force 2? Paulo Zampoli. Movie based on reality, not the other way around. You're nailing it all, girl. I don't know anything. I'm reading and responding and replying and commentarying. Red Sparrow, the movie, premiered 2018, released in the US 2018, $151 million worldwide, received mixed reviews from critics, more style than substance, criticized the film's long runtime, over reliance on graphic violence and S-word. Jennifer Lawrence played in that movie. Okay. So a Red Sparrow is a specially trained Russian spy that uses S relations, her body, and proximity to gather intel and information. I do believe Jeffrey Epstein was essentially running a honeypot operation. He would send these girls into meetings with the likes of a Prince Andrew, the likes of a whoever else. And then they would gather intel. They would compromise. What if Jeffrey Epstein had nothing to do with Israel at all whatsoever? What if he was a Russian this whole time, a Russian agent? Dazzler Kane thinks we're giving Melania Trump too much credit, but that's exactly what the very best of these things would make you think. Melania Trump has really lurked in the shadows. We don't know nothing about her. Giving her way too much credit is, maybe she's the one that came up with the idea. But if she really was sold under the age of what we heard earlier, something like, if an iPhone 12, something like an iPhone 12, under that edition, beneath that model of iPhone, then you really have to do what you're told to do or die. She would have been trained up for almost her entire life. By the time she would have met a Donald Trump, she would have been having been sold or purchased by intelligence agents more than half of her life at that point ago. So maybe she didn't do that good of a job. Maybe none of this is true. Maybe this is somebody's fan fiction. But I don't know if it's very wise to underestimate Melania Trump. She did marry a 2-time president. She did give birth to his obviously favorite kid. So I think we maybe have been underestimating Melania Knaus, if you ask me. Of course, I don't know anything. Of course, I know nothing. Claude and Jean-Luc. Claude Haddad. Thank you, Helen. Claude Haddad, just to circle back to earlier, is the man in the interview with Diane Sawyer, not Jean-Luc Brunel. He was an agent and owned Prestige. I know about Prestige. American Models in Paris. 60 Minutes, 1988, about Claude and Jean-Luc. Thank you. Thank you, Sour Girl, for the $4.99 super chat. I love your channel. I work third and get much done listening to your channel. That is so interesting. Oh, galaxies. I want to know too. Are we sure she gave birth? No, I wasn't in the room. I'll say that. I wasn't in the room. Okay. So back to this thread. Fox is recognizing Melania as Patriot of the Year. There is public info that points to the possibility, he says fact, but I'll reword it to possibility, that Melania Trump was groomed from a young age as a red sparrow. This is not hyperbole. In the late 80s, she may have been training in East Germany while Putin was working there. Her father was a member of the Communist Party. Whose? Melania's. Her father was a commie. Okay? Let's just stop right there. The father of the current sitting right now, and for the second time, First Lady of the United States of America was a communist agent. That alone gives me pause. Why? What do we know about fathers? If they're in your life and they're around, they really influence your belief system. Now, there's a lot of stuff my dad did and thought I never will do, never did do, and never will think. So I don't think that it's fair or appropriate to assume everybody's dad is exactly, they believe everything. Some people's biggest enemy in the world is their dad. Okay. But even though I didn't pick up, for example, my dad's drug habits, even though I didn't pick up a lot of his, even some of his habits that I think were good, he was a very kind of like humble. He always told me that I was like, need to be more humble. I didn't pick up every attribute from him. I didn't pick everything. I'm not a clone. I'm not spitting, image. I'm not exact replica. But like, I definitely learned like my ethos and my ethics from my dad and my mom. What's appropriate, what's not, who's our enemies and who aren't. It was ingrained in me to be patriotic, to love the United States, to be grateful and thankful that I was born in the United States. Of course, there's things we can complain about, but all things considered, at least I wasn't born in Soviet Russia or whatever. You know what I mean? So thinking about that, I can't help but wonder, did Melania Knobs' dad also impart some of his political thoughts and beliefs onto his daughter? Because he was not just a commie, not just a communist. He was up in it, according to this thread. Her father was a member of the Communist Party in then Yugoslavia, and their family lived a life of luxury. That's why the communists that are like really loyal communists are the ones who are in the bourgeoisie class. They're the ones that are going to stay being rich. They just want to enslave the rest of us. So Melania grew up in one of those type of environments. She was rich. She herself said that they had multiple sports cars and lived in a house, not the typical apartment. Newspaper clipping shows a young Melania Trump during a children's fashion show while she was growing up in Slovenia. A children's fashion show. We had Melania Trump at the Toddlers and Tiaras Girl. A young Melania Trump is photographed with her nanny in her memoir, Melania. She describes her family as having a fleet of cars and being able to afford vacations despite living under communist rule. Pictures exist taken by Slovenian photographer Stane Jerko when Melania was just 16 years old, and those have circulated for years. This was in 1986. When she left her hometown to go to school in Ljubljana, and then she dropped out to pursue modeling. This is where she disappears for between 3 to 5 years. Here's the screenshots attached to that tweet. This is from Vocal Media. The ghosts of Slovenia. Before she was the first lady, Melania was Melania Knavs. Her hometown, Sevnica, Slovenia. Communist era records are sealed, but I tracked down Luka, a retired Stasi officer. In 1991, Melania met a man by the name of Victor. Victor was a Czech photographer. They lived together in Milan. Okay, was this the pimp? Just wondering. Victor introduced Melania to high society parties where spies recruited models as sleeper assets. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. I will say this has always been very obvious to me. That she was a mail order bride. That she was it is obvious to me. I don't know if that's true. I don't feel like getting sued. I don't know if that's true. I just made it up. Okay. But it's like, oh yeah, that tracks. Stasi files label Melania as a person of interest, not criminal, just somebody they were observing. Holy shit. The other son. I'm freaking out. In 2005, the year she married Donald Trump, a Slovenian tabloid published photos of a boy named Lorenz. He was born in 1992. He had Melania's eyes, but the story died in 48 hours. A Swiss bank received a $2 million transfer from a Trump shell company. Is that a coincidence? You tell me. There's Melania looking pretty different than today, I'll say. A little straight in the hips, I'll say. Okay, anyway, so she doesn't pop back onto the scene again, according to available public documents, until 1992. This is likely when she had first officially connected with Paulo Zampoli, and the owner of Elite Model Management, that John Casablanca's guy, their other friend, Mifsud, and Jean-Luc Brunel. Yes, you've heard of all of them because of Epstein and Trump. And look, there she is on a big, big, big cigarette billboard in New York. But what exactly was she doing from 1987 to 1991 for that little 4-year, 5-year period? Now, keep in mind, the Berlin Wall fell in 1989 and USSR fell in 1991. Also, just so happens to be around the same time Lima and her family pop onto the scene in supposed Canada. But anyway. Keep in mind, the Berlin Wall fell in 1989 and the USSR fell in 1991. Putin, the current president or whatever of Russia, had been sent to work in East Germany with the East German intelligence. I'll leave it to you to do web searches of some of this. And of course, I'll share context in the screenshots. But Melania speaks German. Why does Haley Baldwin look just like this man? Can we talk about that? I'm going to have to do a whole conspiracy theory video about why does Haley Baldwin look just like this man. Anyway, this man says, I found 2 public articles published in 2 different countries, Italy and Iran. Keep in mind, Italy is a key nation because Paulo Zampoli is from Milan, Italy. He sold his father's company to that the guy that would become prime minister of Italy, the corrupt guy, Silvio Berlusconi. His dad died when Paulo was 18, and the head of Elite Model Management, John Casablancas, convinced Zampoli to sell his dad's toy company. Let me remind you, everything I share is public information, this guy says. Thank you, Anthony Andrews. Good reminder. He said, or I've sourced the information based on engagement. I have 2 talents, finding information on the web and social media. And the second talent is engaging very high profile people who have eventually exposed themselves directly to me because ego. If you didn't know, Paulo Zampoli is who brought Melania to the United States in the early 90s. I didn't know. It was unclear to me exactly how she got brought here. Zampoli was already associated with the elite model management guy, John Casablancas. Zampoli was also already apparently allegedly associated with Jean-Luc Brunel, who was Amanda Ungaro's agent who brought her over here at 16, 17, and Jeffrey Epstein going back likely at least a decade, even in the early 90s. So they're saying that this Paulo Zampoli and Jeffrey Epstein probably knew each other in the 80s, early 80s. Melania, according to this tweet, worked illegally on a tourist visa until 1996. Paulo Zampoli ran ID models. He moved in social circles, including Donald Trump, Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, Paulo Zampoli, and Epstein reportedly attempted to purchase elite model agency together in 2004. They got outbid. Jean-Luc Brunel, also a modeling agent. He was based out of Paris or France. One analysis describes the exploitation pipeline, while Epstein was the middleman in a wider exploitation ring. Paulo Zampoli specialized in immigration logistics. Oh, man. And Brunel was more of a model scout. Let's bring into mind that super scout from Serbia that we read about earlier in the live stream. Between these men, according to I'm reading a tweet, Zampoli, Epstein, and Jean-Luc Brunel created a pipeline of sorts. They built a pipeline to bring young foreign women into the industry. And this sounds exactly like the music industry pipeline. You got one person out on the scene doing the scouting. Another person is the guy who's the scary boss for the interviews. And then another person ends up being the handler that puts you through the flavor camp, said, if you don't do it, then you can't be famous. If you don't do it, then you can't get, it's similar. It tracks almost move for move. They say in Rihanna in the chat, Diddy taught Ye how to find a wife. Tyla, people are saying. Now, Zampoli procured a supposed Einstein visa. Remember the one you're supposed to be like a theoretical physicist? Melania apparently got one of those in 2001, according to this tweet. I've read Zampoli was the visa guy in the international human trafficking operation. Jean-Luc Brunel, John Casablancas, Epstein, Mifsud, they all had their roles as well. Brunel was Epsteined in his cell in 2022. Casablancas is dead. He died from cancer. This is the elite model management guy. And then Mifsud, whoever that is missing. Modeling agent Paulo Zampoli, an Italian-American millionaire, lives in New York. He would play a key role in Melania's life. While Melania walked the catwalks in the 90s, Zampoli was seeking models for his New York agency. He interviewed Melania in Milan, Italy, where Zampoli is from. Very cute, very serious. She had already modeled in Germany. Now, Zampoli, this is again, I want to remind y'all, this Twitter thread we're reading is not that recent. It's from 5 months ago. This was all, he was tweeting about all this stuff way before the Melania dropped one shoe and Amanda Ungaro dropped the other. Zampoli, in the next tweet, just had his mother deported to Brazil the month prior. This was November. She was deported in October. He was appointed special representative for global partnerships. He had previously been an ambassador for Dominica and board member of Ghislaine Maxwell's Terra Mar project since 2012. He's been a fixture at MAL and WH, whatever that is. He has pictures with Netanyahu, a few pictures with Netanyahu. Here's a UN event with Amanda. Mifsud is not only considered a Russian asset, he knew Simona Maniante years before she met George Papadopoulos. George lying about Mifsud and other things is why he was convicted. Of course, pardoned too. Oh my God. He and Simona are fixtures at the WH and the MAL, and they now work for Russia Today. Okay, so these two. The thread goes on. As I stated, Melania disappeared. She kind of goes off the radar, he said, in 1987, but she reappears in 1992. After Germanizing her name to Melania Knaus from Melania Knavs. Immediately, she comes to the United States in 1992, clearly tied to the most notorious human and child traffickers all over the last several decades. She likely spent years working with Putin. Why? Because they were in East Germany, allegedly. Now, here is a screenshot from another article, noornews.ir. This must be that Iranian article. Again, take with a grain of salt. I wasn't there. We're just reading tweets. Melania, they put in quotes, was noticed in these searches among the beautiful girls of Eastern Europe. An unknown figure, she was introduced to the head of Casablanca, the head of elite model management, which is John Casablanca. She was introduced to Epstein through Paulo Zampoli. From now on, in order for Melania to become international, it was necessary for her to become famous in collaboration with world-famous brands in France and Italy. Why? Because when you get an Einstein visa, you can get one if you're already nationally famous. So they needed to make her famous. Zampolli started the ID model agency in the 90s to attract European girls and coordinated Melania's work in Italy with Joseph Mifsud, who had close ties to Trump and Epstein, and apparently also is a Russian agent. In 1992, this is the year Melania pops back on the scene after her missing years, her unaccounted for years. With the support of Paulo Zampoli and this Joseph Mifsud, Jana magazine, whatever in the hell that is, probably one of them owned it, published photos of Melania with 12 other beautiful girls who happened to also be young. This eventually led to Melania being selected as one of the top 3 models of the year. The Yellow Press immediately published reports and photos of Melania's personality and achievements. So they ran PR for her to make her famous, according to this article. After gaining fame in Italy and France in 1995, Melania arrived in New York on an H-1B visa. We learned about those a while ago. This one's not an Einstein visa. This is just an employment visa. She lived with a sports photographer named Matthew Atanian. This sounds like a possible Armenian last name. Later, Melania lived with Jeffrey Epstein, according to this article. This may be translated, this may be false, but this article seems to be implying or saying explicitly that Melania lived with Jeffrey Epstein. After gaining fame in Italy and France in 1995, Melania arrived in New York on an H-1B visa. She lived with a sports photographer and later with Epstein in an apartment where he worked as a photographer. Jeffrey Epstein was a photographer too. Now I'm starting to think about Mark Leta. Where's Leta from? He's a photographer with a bunch of missing years too, come to think of it. The apartment was actually owned by Elite Model, which is Casablanca, and photographed teenage girls exported from Europe to evaluate modeling. It was in this apartment that Jeffrey Epstein was accused of. I need to read that article. So the tweet thread goes on. Again, this is from November. He tweeted this. There's very little information, if any, about Melania's life during the years I discuss. But there is verifiable decades-old information that shows her being connected to highly nefarious people. I had also previously discussed the possibility of an unknown daughter. He said, I'll expand. Woo! We talked about Brina. Put a 4-4 in the chat. You remember Brina from earlier. He said, when I searched Paulo Zampoli Melania on Google, one of the things that showed up in the search results was a photo of Brina Naus and a link to her Instagram. Me, being me, I decided to take a look, he said. And there was a photo of Zampoli with Brina in 2016 that she posted on Instagram. Brina was officially born October 20th, 1985, 40 minutes from Melania's hometown. I spent a lot of time digging into her background and could find zilch prior to her being 16 years old on the youth national basketball team. Then she became a model. This is exactly what happened with Dahlia and Dia. You cannot find any evidence they exist until they joined high school sports, which was track, cross country, whatever it was. And then, boom, they're models. That's interesting. That's interesting. He said, I then came across a picture of Paulo Zampoli that he posted on his own Instagram of himself with Brina in 2019. That's the year Jeffrey Epstein died, by the way. He said, I can and have made several speculations, but he said, I can't find anything really solid. Given the bombastic nature of the verifiable facts I found, I won't sully it with speculation. It's giving 4 men in a picture to me. Anyway, another point of speculation, but rooted in genuine curiosity, gassed and available info, is from Epstein's birthday book. Remember his birthday book? That's where Donald Trump had drawn the naked lady, talking about his elusive and mysterious tastes or whatever. Not only the check from Trump for the unnamed depreciated woman, but the drawing of the girl with pigtails. Nothing ever seems to be a coincidence in Trump world. And there's the 2 pictures of Melania with pigtails. And then this is pigtails. Now, I forgot to mention, he said, the video from 1993 that can be easily found on YouTube. In this video, Melania portrays the first American woman president. I shit you not. It's not difficult to see. Many of her actions are strategic. Lots of them involve her wardrobe. Be best. Okay, so look, going off the plane, and then she did, do you really don't care, do you? Here's Melania, 1993. Let me end this thread with this, he said. Why else would Melania stay with Donald Trump if it's not a job? The job just so happens to be the destruction of the United States. It seems like a great fictional tale, but everything I've shared has been publicly available for decades. Ivanka Trump, Jay-Z, Kanye West, Why I Love You, Throwback, Melania, Donald, Ivanka. So, is Trump in on the plot to destroy the United States? Is his daughter and son-in-law? Is it just Melania? Does Trump know about it? Is all this just fan fiction? The world may never know. Now, he posts this 2 days ago. He said, it's been several thousand more followers in the last 3 days. Everybody starts coming across his work. Attached to the post below are 4 separate threads. This will fill many blanks in for most. He said, I have gained another 500 followers in the last 24 hours. Read my pinned thread to get a better idea of what all we're dealing with. I also created this thread of threads focused on what I've been writing about. Ambassador Zampolli, Paulo Zampoli, and Melania Trump attached below. Please read and repost all. So it's 4 different threads. We read this one just now, the Patriot of the Year. We read this one, the Selena Middle Fart. We haven't read this one, which is, I'm doing some digging on Paulo Zampoli, who is Brina, now not a sister. Also, Zampolli is the one who laundered Melania's identity and helped her get an Einstein visa, but there's much more. Okay, so let's start here. This is his pinned post. This must be his magnum opus. Okay. August 2025. So this is from August last year. He said, I have a story I can tell that would compile every bit of information I shared on my main profile and weave together an undeniable picture of coordination and receipt from every person in Trump's circle. I can also prove direct coordination since 2010 between Russia and Donald J. Trump. I have hundreds of receipts, screenshots of conversations with multiple individuals like Artem Klyushin, Maria Butina, Patrick Byrne, Louisa Minch, Felix Sater, and more, where the either directly or indirectly implicate themselves in this years-long scheme to destroy the United States. We are 4 hours and 18 minutes in, and we are just getting here. What the hell? Kamala Harris, ethic requires morals. Your belief in your work ethic is the same as Trump's in making America great. It's fake. Oh my God. He said, I can prove direct contact between Artem Klyushin, Konstantin Enrikov, Maria Katasanova, and Maria Butina. Directly, they interfere in our democracy starting in the early 2010s. These people are all discussed in the Mueller report. Open each screenshot for dates. I have scoured, he says, various social media accounts and translated hundreds of posts. Artem has scrubbed his Instagram once revealed, but I always have the receipts. How exactly does one get $500 million on pallets delivered to their home in Dubai? Artem said Elon sent him this cake. Why does Artem look just like, what's the New York mayor? Why is that escaping me now? What's that guy's name? Mamdani. Right? Zorhan. He looked just like this guy. Or a lot like him. He said also tied together various high-profile people who are tied directly to the years' worth of corruption. And now for decades, some have been informants, others have been known spies. This is Wendy Dang. This is Elon Musk's mama, and they're all in a picture together with Ivanka. I've read nearly every report available and correlated info that aligns with timelines of multiple events, including the May 10th, 2017 meeting in the Oval Office. Both Rykov and Artem posted on their Facebook pages the day Lavrov was in the Oval Office. I have shown how they have told us out in the open. Below is directly from Konstantin Rykov's Facebook page. I have shown all the ties that go back years and decades with others. It's an incestuous group of PDF files and criminals, he says. Transnational organized crime that is now being exposed. We have Naomi Campbell. We have Harvey Weinstein. Every single person who fought and fights the Russia hoax narrative are now doing so while they also happen to be embracing Russian propaganda. Did you ever notice that? Note, Sergio Gore in the last photo from 11 years ago with Benny Johnson. We have George Papadopoulos, who now works literally for the Russian media. We have Tenet Media. He said, I've dug into many stories and come out with information I never imagined. For example, I wrote a thread last week about Explore Talent. Oh my God, this brings in, no one is safe from this guy. Tucker Carlson ain't safe. Candace Owens ain't safe. He's coming after everybody's neck. He said, I wrote stuff. He said, I was doing my little research, minding my business. I found stuff I never expected to find. I wasn't trying to find it, but here it is. For example, look at this. Explore Talent Agency. This led me to find out that Eric Prince attempted to honey trap on H.R. McMaster using Explore Talent models. And the agency is a Mossad op. Boop. They got Candace Owens right here. Lauren Boebert right here. I've shown the truth, he said, about the Steele dossier, and also shared more information on the Steele FBI interview. Read every word in the 2 items below. Oh my God. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. From observing Trump for years in previous visits to Moscow, the FSB knew he had a weakness for women, but they said Trump's behavior illustrated that he really did not like women. They said they knew Trump eventually learned that he had been flipped in a honeypot operation in Moscow. He was also flipped in St. Petersburg. They said Trump was furious when he learned what had happened. Many of the old Russian friends Trump used to collaborate with are no longer friends, and they're no longer on good terms with him. They repeated that the first FSB-generated payments to Trump took place in Baku at the presidential palace. The first one was for $10 million, which Trump took personally. The next payment was $30 million, and it went to his daughter, Ivanka. The FSB money was originally passed through Aras Agalarov, the billionaire real estate mogul who served as a liaison between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. The described taste was a delicate target. It was filmed twice in Moscow, November 2013 during the Miss Universe pageant, one in the presidential suite of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, and a second time at the Crocus shopping mall where the pageant was held. He said there's a special complex for distinguished guests in the complex with all the amenities, including a pool. This complex is owned by the Agalarov family. He said he believes a copy of the... So they basically have Donald Trump in a sex tape. Two of them, they say in. Copies of the tape are in Bulgaria, Israel, and FSB political unit vaults in Moscow. Having seen the videos, he describes Trump's behavior as very dark. This guy has mental issues with women. He doesn't act normal. There's a lot of things illegal. He grabs her, makes her do things. Oh my God. Psychopath. He likes to make the women scream. That sounds like Howard Rubin, who was a Soros bank investor. This is more receipts. Kazakhstan. Put a 5-5 in the chat if you remember Diddy going on a mysterious trip to Kazakhstan orphanage and then them saying that he tried to get one of the boys to come with him. If you didn't see that, it is over there on BJ Investigates. You can watch it after this video. Also claimed an FSB technical officer with the rank of colonel was interested in defecting and wished to speak to them. The FSB officer had difficulty traveling. Therefore, it was suggested they meet in Kazakhstan. Shearer and Mansamov met in Istanbul, that's Turkey, and are considering an upcoming meeting in Spain in the coming weeks. Steele, this is from the Steele dossier, I think, advised that he wished to keep this interaction at an arm's length, as he does not want to fall into a trap. Steele opined that this could be genuine or a fabrication or a setup, suggesting it could involve a faction of the Democratic Party, and he feared a possible FCPA violation. Steele advised that Weiner was aware of the situation. He was the one who informed Steele about it. Steele opined that Shearer was not acting discreetly. Additionally, Steele advised he believes it was doubtful that Ivanka Trump was collecting large sums of money. Steele was complimentary of Ivanka Trump and considered her a good friend. Steele further advised that his colleagues believed he was being naive about this, but he was surprised by the reporting on Ivanka. Steele said he was skeptical about Ivanka, the Ivanka part of the reporting, but he could believe the rest of the report. Steele advised, this is the highlighted part, there was a rumor that there was a video there is a huge spider on my curtain. They sent the CIA drone in here, girl. Steele advised that there was a rumor that a video existed of President Trump roughing up his wife, Melania, in an elevator. The rumor further insinuated that the Russians had purchased this tape. Steele said another rumor also surfaced that an unidentified American who had witnessed an argument about prostitutes at a hotel involved the earlier mentioned Miss Universe incident. Oh my God. I've read he said, every report available and correlated info that aligns with timelines of multiple events, including a meeting in the Oval Office. Look, Lavrov on accusations of Russian interference in the U.S. elections. It's humiliating for the American people to hear that their policies are led from Russia. I've shown how they told us out in the open. Below is directly from his Facebook page. British scientists from Cambridge Analytica suggested making 5,000 existing human psychotypes the ideal image of a possible Trump supporter, and then put this image back on all psychotypes and thus pick up a universal key. Oh my God. He said some of these ties go back decades. I am having my entire worldview ripped apart right now. I mean, I knew this stuff was possible and all, but like seeing it laid out with these receipts, it's crazy. He said, I've also shared info relating to the January 6th incident, like the map below that is in English and Russian on how to attack the Capitol. The direct coordination now cannot go unseen. I will continue to add to this new, all-encompassing thread. Please read and repost every post in the thread. The truth will not be suppressed. There are almost too many U.S. nationals directly involved in the destruction of our nation. I will give a synopsis of various individuals showing their complicity and or credible information that explains why they have become lapdogs for Trump. Here's his list. Marco Rubio, Richard Grenell, Bill Hagerty, Tom Cotton, Mike Waltz, Stephen Mnuchin, Jamie Dimon, Scott Bessent, John Ratcliffe, Mike Lee, Elise Stefanik, Robert O'Brien, Tom Homan, Chad Wolf, Mark Green, Susie Wiles, Brooke Rollins, Kash Patel, Doug Burgum, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Howard Lutnick, Kevin McCarthy, Stephen Miller, Steve Bannon, John Paulson, Kevin Hassett, Kevin Warsh, Arthur Leffer. On July 19th, 2025, Artem posted another list and tagged Donald Trump. Maybe some of you can help determine who some of these people are. Scott Mayer, James Murphy, James Mazal, Catherine Sutton, Michael Dodd, Joseph Jewell, Mark Berkowitz, Austin Dahmer, Michael Obadal, Adam Tell, Mark Anderson, Jordan Gillis, Hung Chow, Benjamin Coleman, Brendan Rogers, Matthew Lohmeyer, James Percival, Sean Planky, Matthew Cosma, Derek Bars, Stephen Carmel, Paul Roberti, Emil Bove, T. Elliott Glazier. I feel like I'm reading a Bohemian Grove guest list. Patrick Davis, Gadiasis Seralta, Terry Cole, Michael DeSombre, Jeremy Carl, Michael Kavukian, Bernie Navarro, Tom Rose, John Arrigo, Daryl Nuremberg, Mark Brnovich, Anjani Sinha, Brent Bozell, Benjamin Leon, Christina Toretti, Marco Rubio, one of the most vocal critics of Donald Trump. He said, I have zero doubt he has lost his moral compass and is all the way now a Trump stooge. Likely, Donald has blackmail on him, given his history. That's a negative $1.2 million net worth. Notice the negative symbol, strategically placed. He also danced in a male review and is closely tied to a high-profile gay corn case. Like others I will discuss, Marco Rubio allegedly is actually a closeted gay who actually pushes anti-gay rhetoric. Although at one point he said people are born with a preference. Okay, who cares if Marco Rubio is gay? And frankly, who cares if he's in the closet other than the possible inference that that's something that he would like to keep hidden? And maybe he would be willing to do somebody else's bidding to keep it hidden. Look, in 1989, a year before Rubio was arrested with his friend Angel Barrios and another unidentified male friend in Alice Wainwright Park in South Miami, ostensibly for drinking beer in a car after closing time in the park, the park was known as a pickup locale for gays. Rubio sang and danced in a South Miami high school theater troupe. The song and dance troupe was based on the Chippendales, but with a very gay theme. In high school, half Chippendales, half Village People. That's the ones that sing YMCA. Another previously vocal opponent of Donald Trump was Lindsey Graham, Lady G. When I went to write a thread about him, I stumbled onto a whole different direction than I anticipated. We all know about rumors speculating Lindsey is closeted, although he did date Laura Ingraham. This is where things get interesting. Uh-oh. As I researched, I came across a company named DynCorp. We read about this a little earlier. Below, you will see a young Tucker Carlson. And who was it that went over there to interview the president of Russia? It was Tucker. With DynCorp mercenaries, and Epstein is tied to DynCorp too. But wait, there's more. Eric Prince owned DynCorp at one time. And of course, they were very corrupt. Read the screenshots, but there's more, which is so much worse. I'm not going to read the screenshots. I'm just trying to get through the thread, girl. There are a few rumors as to why Lindsay turned and is Trump's lapdog now. One of those reasons surrounds his travel to the Middle East as a JAG. That's like an army lawyer or like a military lawyer. Those rumors are about Bachabazi boys, the horrid abuse that happens over there. It's common knowledge soldiers were ordered to turn a blind eye to this practice. WikiLeaks cable released after the incident stated that Afghan Interior Minister at the time, Hanif Atmar, asked the assistant U.S. ambassador to quash the story. In the release of a video from the incident, in response to the incident, DynCorp fired some of their mercenaries. A Bachabazi roughly translates to boy play, refers to a horrible practice in Afghanistan in which men exploit and enslave other people who happen to not be above the age of iPhone 18. If you know what I know, if you know what I mean. This is for entertainment and S abuse. Based on interviews with United Kingdom veterans, this special commentary offers a new interpretation of war trauma. Few studies investigate the emotions soldiers experience when witnessing child you know what. During the Afghan campaign, personnel witnessed acts of things unspeakable by allies in the Afghan security services on boys. Usually excused because that's just the culture. Just like how young Aunt Heffy tried to tell me, I just don't understand the culture of abusing children on Figueroa Street. So turn your blind eye, America. Turn your blind eye and just sit here and watch and hear and listen to these young boys be abused. This special commentary examines the effects of that. Now, I'm not done with Lady G, he says, and I apologize in advance for the ladybugs. A number of years ago, a male escort reported that he and other rent boys had been hired by Lindsey Graham. Read the second screenshot at your own risk. Oh, I'm scared. Okay, but I'm reading it. Lindsey Graham's S-orientation and hypocrisy became a trending topic on social media after adult performer Sean Harding threatened to out Lindsey Graham if he keeps passing legislation against LGBT. When I came out of the bathroom, here's the second screenshot. He told us to read this at our own risk. When I came out of the bathroom, he was there on all fours. I noted that there were dark marks around his bathing suit parts. I asked if he had showered and he said yes. I asked if it was okay if I wipe him down and he said sure. Oh girl, if y'all want to donate a little $1, a little $5, there's no way this live stream is going to survive in the green after this, but it's historical and it is newsworthy. And I don't condone it. The guy said he wet a face towel and wiped. Nothing was coming off. He said, I realized Lindsey Graham was full of moles, dense clusters of moles. Oh my God. Ugh. Oh, yuck. Lindsey Graham apparently said, I hope you don't mind. Those are just my little ladybugs. The guy said, I ran out of there. Now you know what I see in my mind anytime he comes up in the news. Any escort he's hired should be able to verify this. That is nasty. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just reading stuff that's in the public, okay? Oh, I missed something on the Marco Rubio front. Let's read this one. After flunking out of Tarkio College in Missouri, Marco Rubio returned to Miami where he hung around with his old high school friends in Barrios. Barrios started... his old high school friend Barrios. Barrios started an online gay you-know-what business called FlavaWorks, which is still in business today, live streaming acts between Black and Latino men. Okay, well, here we are with the live streaming stuff again. In order to prepare for the University of Florida, Rubio attended Santa Fe Community College in Gainesville. Republican sources have told WMR that Rubio, his high school friend Barrios, and other students shared a townhouse in Gainesville that was known locally as a Coke house, where Coke was readily available. We're talking about Coca-Cola, of course. Apparently, there was non-stop parties in that house. It was basically an off-campus gay frat house. In 1987, Rubio's brother-in-law, Orlando, was busted by the DEA for his role as a key figure in a cocaine smuggling ring. And again, South Florida. Again. Okay, let me get back to my spot here. There are plenty of others. We can speculate. And some I will discuss further. There are plenty of questions regarding both Mike Johnson and Matt Gaetz adopting young men informally. Oh my God. I did not know about that. Johnson stories don't align with the timeline presented, but we've never learned anything about Nestor. House Speaker Mike Johnson's adopted 40-year-old son, Michael Tyrell James, in court on charges of running illegal cannabis business and possession of brass knuckles. Oh boy. This reminds me of The Blind Side. The company that Lou Taylor worked for, Davamos, the Davamos dad had like a sports and entertainment agency business. That's who she learned from. The Davamos guy, and they had adopted a guy from the Dominican Republic, a kid. Like I think he was 14. And then he ended up playing minor league baseball. It's kind of keeps coming up. And imagine Matt Gaetz as AG, like Trump originally wanted. So Matt Gaetz was going to be attorney general, I guess. Bondi is horrific enough covering for the president. Imagine Gaetz. Pictures first are Stone, Gaetz, and convicted PDF file Joel Greenberg, Matt Gaetz' wingman. We read about Joel Greenberg yesterday. Recently outed Russian-born Sergio Gore, we read about him earlier, current director of White House personnel. Okay, the current director, as of August 2025, of White House personnel was born in Russia. Y'all have to remember the timeline here. All this breakdown of the sort of Eastern Bloc, the fall of a lot of these communist countries and all of that, they had to be redistricted and rebordered, was just now. It was like within our lifetime. It was like the year I was born, the USSR fell the next year. So I'm 35. Most people working in the White House are much older than me. Think about their view and where they were born. They was born in Russia when it was the USSR, if he's any older than me. Ginger is brothers. Wait, hold on. Sergio Gore, current director of White House personnel, was the officiant for Matt Gaetz' wedding. Ginger is brothers with Palmer Luckey. Gore recommended him for AG in 2020. Holy shit. And now you're seeing the deep-rooted, almost incestuous group of alleged by this man, I don't know, I wasn't there, innocent till proven guilty, criminals with questionable backgrounds and experiences and possible blackmail vulnerabilities is what I've noticed as well. Gore was affiliated with the Young America's Foundation. Scott Walker is president of Young America's Foundation, which is the advisory board for the Heritage Foundation. And I'm pretty sure the Heritage Foundation is who did Project 2025 drafting. According to Maria Buttina's sentencing affidavit, Scott Walker speaks fluent Russian. Holy shit. Maria met him in 2015 at the NRA convention and also attended his candidacy announcement. In June 2015, spoke to him privately the day after the National Interest published an article written by her. I had mentioned Maria Butina before and her direct ties to Artem Klyushin. I got to put all these people on the map. But her mentor was Alexander Torshin, who is deputy governor of the Central Bank of Russia. Holy shit. Pauls Erickson lived with Butina for some time in Montana. Erickson was pardoned by Trump on his last day of office, the first time. He said, oh, and I was also able to get Maria to engage with me on X. Most recently, she's been relegated to the task of Russia's Welcome to Russia program. And of course, they love Elon. She never followed through on my request, but she acts like a victim of the deep state. What the hell was that? Thank you so much to Kenley for the $4.99 super chat. Hey, cousin, I love the new channel and format. It comes in handy when my coworkers aggravate me and I got to tune them out. Thanks for your hard work. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kelly Alicia, for the $2 super chat. Hey, cousin, I'd love to listen to you while I'm at work. Yeah, that's one of the reasons that I started going live earlier, because I kind of like, first of all, I'm like a morning person more so I like to get started earlier, but I figure like we can kind of like transition into the day together each day when I do lives. Thank you for the $2 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Appalachian Unicorn, becoming a new member. Appalachia. Thank you so much, Danielle Marie, for the $19.99. Damn, girl, I had a few meetings and I thought for sure you would be done already. No, we're almost 5 hours again today, girl. And I skipped stuff. I still have like, I only got through half of my links for today. I know y'all must be tired of hearing about Melania and Paulo and all them. I mean, I'm definitely interested in continuing this. If y'all want me to continue this next live, leave a comment, because that's how we ended up getting this live today. Actually, y'all actually commented, not a live chat. You can leave a live chat if you want, but like after the video's over, whatever, leave a comment, or you can leave one now saying, yes, I want a part 3. Because I don't want to be doing this for 10 people. Okay, I could do it without talking. I can just read my own eyes if I'm going to do it for myself. But if y'all want me to continue, have more links, it will be like a part 3. I've already got almost 10 hours of Melania, Paulo, Russia, whatever, all this stuff, modeling. We kind of moved a little bit from the modeling into the spy area. But let me know in the comments if y'all want me to do a third part. Also, let me know in the comments you don't want me to do a third part, because I got other stuff I could talk about. We could talk about Ruby Rose and Katy Perry. There's some stuff there. We could talk about Lynette and Brian Hooker. I want to cover that. There's some new Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni files and filings. But if y'all want me to talk about Melania for a whole third time's the charm, Melania, Paulo, you know, this guy who does these tweets and threads, Anthony Andrew or something, like whatever his name is. Thank you so much, Danielle, for the $19.99. Thanks so much to Ken Valdez Music for the $1.99. To Die For podcast. There is one about Red Sparrow, Aaliyah Rosa. Okay. All right. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for the $1.99. Thank you to Cora. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Oh my, I am loving this show. No, loving specifically. Thank you. Thank you so much, Isabella Live, for the $3 Canadian. She said, you know what? I don't know anything. Everything I say is opinion. I don't know anything. Thanks so much to allegedly Joy Miller for the $9.99 super chat. I get a kick out of how your mind works and seeing your reactions when you are connecting the dots. You're making my day. A lot of this stuff came as a total surprise to me. I'll say that. G-Size said, BJ's unfiltered and doesn't try to be PC. I actually kind of try to be PC, because I try to like make it to where at least like my videos don't get demonetized, so I could like, I don't know, like make it, you know, a little bit financially worth my time. But sometimes it's like the stuff that we cover just happens to be stuff where it's like, even if I'm trying my damnedest, they don't want me to say it. I'll just say that. National security at risk. Thank you so much, Sally Cruz, for the $2.99 super sticker. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. No, I didn't look into that. It's rare, you know, I'm sorry. It's rare too. I know, I'm sorry. But you do tell it like it is, and I promise you're monetized. I keep getting commercials. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Y'all don't have to sit through the whole commercial if I'm live, obviously, but no, I know. I definitely don't try to be PC. I don't even really like that terminology, you know, so I definitely don't try to do it. But I definitely, I'm not dancing around nobody's feelings. That's for sure. And I think I'm uniquely positioned because I have completely renounced and denounced any loyalty to any political party, any political figure, any religion. And so I obviously do have some biases, but I think like when covering this stuff like this, a lot of times people have certain interests, biases, pre-existing thought, like I don't exactly know how to word it because I'm not trying to say like I'm not biased at all. But like specifically like being like, okay, I'm a Republican, so I'm going to be like taking up for these Republicans, or I'm a Democrat, so I'm going to be, downplaying what the Democrats are doing. No, I'm not doing that. I'm doing that. I'm not like, oh, Candace Owens is the best and the greatest and she can do no wrong. So, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, or, Tucker Carlson must be okay or whatever. No, I want to see, no, I want to see the truth. I want to see the full thing. I want to know to the extent that my mind can handle it. Sometimes I told y'all this yesterday, like with the Erica Kirk thing, I started looking into it and nobody commented on this. So I don't know if maybe I'm the only person that's ever felt this in my life or whatever, but like, do you ever start looking into a topic? And in particularly like totally unexpectedly, like I wasn't looking into like the foundations of the universe. I was looking into Erica Kirk and her background. I was looking at her social medias. I started feeling this feeling like I was going to lose my damn mind. Like, nobody commented that they ever felt that before. So maybe it's just me. Maybe it was the schizophrenia gene trying to sneak in. Don't worry. I handled it by stopping researching it. But like, I felt like I was in a physical danger. Like, I was going to go beyond the point of no return mentally, psychologically, and I wasn't going to be able to get back. For some reason, with looking into the Erica Kirk stuff, I'm like, I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. Princess said, no, it is wild. I totally understand. You're not alone. Nope. Trans with hands said all the time. The foundation of the universe. No. I have thought about the foundations of the universe, but that makes sense. You start asking questions like, what am I? Who am I? What is I? What is me? Not who am I? Not what do I do? What do I look like? Where do I live? What am I? What is I? You start asking these questions, you just drive yourself crazy. These thought experiments. So that's fine. Okay. Like I understand why, because that is like foundational, like asking you to rework your foundational understanding of everything. Who is Erica Kirk and where in the hell did she come from? Shouldn't have made me feel like I was about to go crazy, but it did. What am who? Every damn day, girl. So we're in good company. Yes. Sweet Potato said, even with this Melania topic today, I kept thinking about Erica Kirk. Me too. Me too. I feel like those are natural questions to ask as a being. Yes. And they've been asked, but long before I was here and long after I'm gone. And then Trump said Erica Kirk was one lucky girl at the Easter briefing. That wasn't supposed to be posted. Oh, that wasn't supposed to be posted. Oh, yeah. I was going to cover that, but I never did. Starting from the beginning, BJ, your Britney video was so good. Much love to everyone. She came on the plane too, girl. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Okay, y'all. We didn't start the fire. We didn't start the fire. Oh, demonetized. Just kidding. Sela, thank you so much. Sela. The Erica topic specifically does that to you too. That's why I don't comment on it, because it sketches me out. And actually that leads me to a good point to kind of round the video off on. If you look at Melania Trump in the eyes, stare her straight into the eyes, she does have this kind of dead eye look. And it's those bright ass crystal blue eyes. Now, being completely fair, my daddy had them same bright crystal blue eyes. He had very striking bright blue eyes. But hers looks like, okay, who else got them devilish bright blue crystal blue? Stop. That's all I have to say. Stop. That's all I'll say. She might be wearing blue contacts. Yes. I think Jay Shetty wears blue or green contacts as well. I think he has naturally probably hazel eyes, maybe gold, and he wears very blue contacts to really enhance them. So she may be wearing blue contacts, but there's a certain element of those eyes are natural blue. the eyes are, they're like white in the back. It's like they're not, the base of the eye is white and it's just like this blue. My eyes are green. Okay, I don't got blue eyes. People are saying she probably does feel dead inside. Clones. Could be a clone. I can't look at her for too long. I get creeped out. Which one, Erica or Melania? Did you see the drag queen who impersonated Erica? And that was Drewski girl. Unless you're talking about someone else. I feel like I can't see in her eyes, which is probably a very good thing. Both. That is so funny. No, why? Erica. Okay, y'all. So it's been almost 5 hours. I'm going to call it a day for today. I don't know if I'm going to be on here live tomorrow. I may have to do some other work for my other channels tomorrow. If I'm not back tomorrow, I will be back Friday. If I am back tomorrow, I probably won't be back over here on this channel Friday. But I will be having a few clips. Like I think some of the clips, I mean, this is a 5-hour live stream today. It was like 4 or something yesterday. There's some pretty cool things that happen in here that do get buried. And unless somebody watches the whole entire thing, they're gonna miss it. So I am going to start putting out little snippets, little clips here and there on this channel as well. Originally it was supposed to be just a live stream channel, but I do think it, Drewski impersonated Melania's speech too. I will have to put that on the list. If y'all, girl, you get bug-eyed talking about gossip. No, that's just what mines look like. I just look like this. I told y'all I came from the mothership. Some of us are blessed by the good Lord, the one true God, with very large eyes, and it makes us see the world in a different way than people with little beady eyes. And all day, every day, thank you to my mama, I would love rather to have some big eyes than them little ones you can't see into, because that you can't trust them people. Anyway, yeah, no, it's totally rude. It's just like people who don't have any home training. I really ain't that worried about it. Thank you for the engagement. Make sure you leave a comment as well. The Nordic aliens have the loveliest eyes. I don't know if I'm a Nordic alien, okay, but I definitely came off the mothership. Yes, G. That is racist. You cannot say that. I don't make the rules. Okay, so actually I do make the rules in this channel, so don't type that word over here. I think that is actually legit a racial slur. Not that I'm the one in charge of deciding if it's a racial slur. So that's all I really had for this one. Right. Oh, this is a good one. Reborn Furniture Design said, why would somebody else getting excited warrant an eye roll? It's because people are miserable. They hate themselves. They hate their lives. And when they look at somebody like the likes of me, who doesn't hate themselves, who doesn't hate our life, who maybe has it in them to get a little excited over something from time to time, they're like, well, shit, I can't even summon up excitement anymore. So instead of figuring out how to work on myself and make myself live a less miserable existence, let me just insult a content creator who works for basically free for all of us. And let me insult perhaps her most striking and beautiful feature. Well, I'm not insulted. In fact, thank you for the engagement. No, they got banned. But sometimes, y'all, it is trolls. So like, don't get too worked up, because sometimes, I mean, that could have been the Kremlin. Ha! That could have been a Russian compromat spy. At this point, who knows? Anyway, I'm not bothered by it at all. Thank you to the good Lord for giving me striking and beautiful features. Never, not once did I have a cosmetic surgery. I mean, I do have to get my eyebrows waxed and things. We do things that aren't surgical, but shout out to me. Anyway, opinions ain't defamation. Neither are facts. All of these people we talked about today in this video are all innocent until or unless they are or were proven guilty in a court of law. This includes Melania Trump and all the Russian spies and everybody else. Okay, I don't know if any of this stuff is true. These were all things that I read from a public source or other public sources. And I do encourage you strongly to make up your own mind. And when and if you do, please do not send any hate to anyone mentioned in this video. That's not the point of this video. The point of this video was for me to learn a few new things, maybe get some new data points, and report my opinion on matters of extremely high profile public concern. If we are not allowed to opine on these very issues, we do not have free speech at all. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.